Hi! Hello! Happy Monday! Yay! I am having my, first Monday in a minute where, the world decided it wasn't against me. Everything, went according to plan today, which was really great and fun! Jokester, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Corey, welcome back for 11 months! Oh my god, you're so close to a year! I've enjoyed your 11 months of rotation. Hi, how you doing today? Oh, I'm hanging in there. I finally slept. I had my first normal sleep in almost a week last night. So I'm not back to full energy, but I am way better than I was. Oh my god, I feel bad. I was grumpy. I was really grumpy. I don't think my grumpiness came out at all on stream on Friday, but I was real grumpy after stream and I feel kind of bad. And I was grumpy. I did my best to not be grumpy on Saturday and Sunday, but I was so tired. I was so exhausted. I was barely a human being. So if I was in any way shorter than usual, which I don't think I was, but in case, I'm sorry. Turns out, doesn't work out very well if you don't have sleep. Turns out that has a adverse effect on your wellness and your ability to interact with the world. Who would have thunk? Who would have figured? And before anyone yells at me for not sleeping, it wasn't my choice. It wasn't because I decided I wouldn't sleep. I had a weird bout of kind of insomnia, but not really. I have been having the most ridiculously disturbing nightmares recently. And the problem is that I'll fall asleep, but then, my horrible, disgusting, disturbing nightmare will wake me up, and it's not even the same nightmare every time. It's just a new and horrible thing. It'll wake me up, and then because I'm, waking up in one of those, kind of, wake-ups out of terror and horror, because of that, I don't really manage to fall back asleep. Or when I did fall back asleep, I'd only fall back asleep for short amounts of time and then wake back up. Or I'd fall back asleep and then have another bad dream and wake back up. There's some psychological nonsense happening that I do not understand. Last night was the first night where I have not had a nightmare in a week. I don't know. Not a psychiatrist, but is there something scaring you in life? No, actually. I am actually currently the most stable I've been in a minute. Things got really weird in October, and I had a real rough run of it for the last couple of months following that, but things have kind of evened out. I'm back to being financially stable, my health is doing okay, things are kind of working out now, so I don't know. Maybe it's the terrible, horrible things outside of my control that are perpetually worsening in the state of the world, but none of the dreams have anything to do with that, so I don't know. But anyways, I had totally normal dreams last night and slept all the way through the night, and it was great. Did you forget to pay your taxes, maybe? No. No. Just be schedule change with work, too. Maybe, but I had already been working for, I think a month by the time that happened. I don't know. Oh, my taxes. Good thing, tax day isn't here yet. Good thing you still have time for your taxes. But yeah, so I'm feeling a little better now that I am rested. So that should help. But I actually have a lot of housekeeping to do today, so I have to focus up. Focus up. Because we have a couple things to go over. So first of all, I'm Squiiji. Hi! I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I should be in cozy mode right now, but I'm doing my best. So, the first thing that I wanted us to do today, well, actually, hang on. Let me go over schedule things and then we'll do that. So first, housekeeping. So, this week's schedule for stream. Today, VTuber Design Critiques. You know me, love on Mondays. Wednesday, we're gonna play on the Shroom State Minecraft server because I want to make some progress on my house, and also because apparently the Shroomates want to go to the end. I'm not in any way ready to go to the end. I barely have... Actually, Joby and I found a couple diamonds, so I have a couple diamond tools, but like, I've not even been to the nether yet, so maybe I'll go to the nether on Wednesday. But if the usual Shroom State Minecraft hours, which are the Tuesday, Thursday hours, haven't been working out for you, we will have bonus hours on Wednesday, if you guys would like to join in. So you guys can play with me while I'm on stream playing it. So we'll see how that goes. The server seems to be working pretty decently, although last week there was some lag. I cleared some logs, and theoretically that should help things run a little bit more smoothly. But apparently it seems like E4MC has had a little bit of connectivity issues as of late. So it might not be on my end. It seems like it may be related to the fact that there was a recent Minecraft update, which tends to cause a surge of interest in using that mod. So it was probably on their end more so than my end. So we'll just have to hope and pray that it's not an issue. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll play a little bit of that on Wednesday. And then Friday, we're going to continue with our Beep of the Lamb, because I really want to beat that game. I want to beat that game. I want to consistently play that game on Fridays so that maybe I can beat it. And I get that playing it only on Fridays does not get me in the direction of beating it with any amount of speed, but like, it's kind of nice having a consistent game that I can return to. And I feel like I am actually getting better at both it and talking while I'm playing it, because for as much as I'm a yapper, I'm not a great multitasker. If you've figured anything out about me, especially on art streams where I end up talking instead of drawing, I gotta get better at that. As long as you enjoy the game, oh yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with the game. I would have never thought that I'd enjoy a game that involves any amount of real-time combat, but here we are. So we'll be continuing with that on Friday. So I just wanted to go over what's happening this week, first off. Second, our next extra credit assignment is begun. It hath started. So what it is that we are going to use the bingo that we usually use on Mondays for our character design critiques. Sometimes we use them on our Wednesday/Thursday design critiques also, but we're going to use that bingo to design a character that gets bingo. That's the goal. So if you want information about how that goes, you can check !extra credit. And I'm now remembering what I forgot. Love how that goes. The thing I forgot was to make the little funny card, little note here. So I should make sure that I make that. I'm not sure E4MC even has an end. Oh, wait, really? Does it not if you're using it? I swear it does. It should just be Minecraft. We'll see and find out, I guess. Don't know. We'll see. But yeah, extra credit. Getting a blackout bingo is a lot harder than I thought it would be. That's what I'm challenging myself to do, is to get a blackout bingo on a design. I started mine very briefly, incredibly briefly, disturbingly briefly, as in I drew a pose and then did nothing further. So I've not made a lot of progress on my extra credit yet. What happens if you get a bingo? That's the point. The goal is to get a bingo for it with the way you're designing the character. That's the goal. And you can get whatever kind of bingo you want. As Edward is saying, you can get double bingo, bingle bongle. You can get double bingo, or triple bingo, or sometimes people do like 4 corners bingo, or they'll do the thing where you try and draw an H or something, parallel line bingo, where you have 2 lines next to each other with a space between them. You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Going for double X bingo? Yeah, you can go for X bingo, but you gotta go for a bingo. The goal is to have at least 1 bingo. And then the other sort of like silly thing about it is that there's a lot of words in there, or like boxes that have things that are really up to interpretation. So like, I saw Striker on Discord asking if The box that says crop top could be interpreted to mean corn top, because corn is a crop. Sure, why not? I don't see why not. There's also categories that are like, EG says bear with me, and of course you are not EG, but you could just say out loud to yourself, bear with me. But maybe you interpret that to mean, okay, well, what if I draw a companion for this character that is a bear, so there's a bear with them? Or, you know, the things that are like, EG uses a multiply layer, maybe that just means you use a multiply layer or something. You can be creative about how you're interpreting them, if you would like to. As long as you maybe describe for us when you submit the design what your intent was with each square so we can see what you were up to. I'm totally here for creative applications. Yeah. If anyone likes strategy games, XCOM 2 is currently 95% off. I love strategy games. I've never played XCOM though. I've heard of it. I don't know very much about it though. Hi, Nano. So yeah, I think that was my main housekeeping for events. The next thing I wanted to do for housekeeping was just briefly talk about checking the line for Q for the design crits we do on Mondays. We've gotten a number of questions about checking status in line recently in the Discord server, and I had this in the announcement, but as like a general rule, I don't check the line or people's status in the line off stream, just because even without me saying that I do, I already get a lot of emails and things asking me to do it, and I just don't have time. I'm so sorry, I just don't have the time for it. So we, every once in a while, will check people's positions in the line on stream. So when I offer to do that, you are welcome to chime in and ask me to check for you as well. And that's actually what we're going to start today by doing. It seemed like there were a number of people who were curious as to what number they are in the queue currently. So if you are somebody who would like to know where you are, do let me know currently now. I will scroll through just to make sure I don't miss anybody, but if I miss you temporarily, you're welcome to repeat your message just to make sure it comes through. And the other trouble with trying to check off stream is just that, like, with speed of response, a lot of the times I will end up checking for somebody back when I was doing it off stream, and send them a message of, hey, I couldn't find you, and then I wait 48 hours to hear what, or like, it's almost feels like I'm doing customer support a little bit sometimes, just because it'll be like, okay, well, you might have spelled your name wrong, and informed me of eaten you. Is there any other way you spell your name? Is there another name you could have submitted under? And it takes a long time, and I do not have the organization and management skills to keep up with that, unfortunately. So that's why I like to do it live. So that way, if I can't find you, I can ask you, and you're here. And you can just be like, e.g., this could possibly be the other name, or oh no, or whatever may have you. Because I have you here right now with me. So you will respond to me probably pretty quickly if I'm checking for you. But yeah, sorry. I feel mean not doing it, but it's just one of those things where I have to draw a line, because the scope of trying to keep up with all of that will quickly get out of my control if I don't. So yeah, did anybody who's here right now want me to check for them where you are in line? I have the form open right now, so if you tell me what name you submitted under, I can check right now for you, if you would like. Currently, the response form is back up to 800. It was down under 700, so there's a lot of submissions here. Applied as Airy. Like to check? Yeah, sure. Let's see. Question. There we go. A-I... or A-H-R-I-E-E. Okay, so you have two submissions. Your earlier submission was 768 out of 793, so you may have a moment. Might be a while. Curious if I got removed the last cleanup. Pikmin or now Keem? Let's see. If you fully changed your name and I couldn't find any record of your previous persona, you may have been removed, unfortunately. So let me just see. Oh, your name's not Pikmin, it's Pimkin. P-I-M... Yeah, wait, hang on. I see there is one from you that is 635 for Pimkin, or you put both of your name options in there. So you will also be a little while. It's alright, I did read the line reached up to hundreds. Yeah, it is up in the hundreds. So it may take a moment. Let's see. Was there one on YouTube perhaps? Let's see. For the charity critiques this year, can I submit an old design I have no intention of making to a model because I want to donate? You could, if you want to. You could also donate and then give, you know, essentially that like line skip to a shroomate if you want. Like Edward last year donated, I think, 4 people's worth of critiques and then just had me do the 4 oldest submissions in order, essentially. And I think Selma had donated for Ame to be critiqued also. So like you could do that if you want, but you could also give it to somebody in the community if you want as well. Binks and Bonks submitted mine pretty recently, so I know there'll be a wait. It's under Binks and Bonks. Let's see. Bink bonk. Is that the name you submitted under Binks and Bonks? Because there is nothing under the word Binks as far as name goes. At least that I see. Let me check under Twitch username just to see if anything comes up for that there, but I'm not seeing you. You misspelled your name. I found you. You misspelled your name. This is like the most quintessential why EG can't find someone solution is you submitted and you forgot an S. You submitted under Bink and Bonks. You missed an S. It's okay. It happens. But that's why I usually will just try a couple permutations just to see, because it happens. It happens. But you are 792. You're the second most recent submission, so it'll be a minute for you, probably. Let me see. Was there anyone else who had asked for one, perhaps, that I'm looking for in here? If you've already had a submission that's been critiqued, can you resubmit one? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. If you change your design significantly since your last submission, you are welcome to resubmit if you want to. Yeah, go for it. Let me see. Meanwhile, I save up again. There you go. Yep, savings. I think Thrive did too. Oh, did Thrive also do that, perhaps? I imagine. Potentially. I haven't finished my ref sheet, but EG, have you considered doing double critiques for a week occasionally? Like 2 days per week instead of just 1? The reason why I don't do that is because I can get worn out of critiquing if I've done that much critiquing in 1 week, unfortunately. So that's usually why I end up saving doing just critiques for like the charity themed events. There's also just so much else that I want to do on stream. I feel like I have the opposite issue of a lot of people. I feel like so many streamers are like, oh no, I don't know what to do on stream. Whatever should I do? And for me, it's like, I don't have enough time. Realistically, I need to stream 5 days a week to get through all the things I'd want to do on stream because I have so many ideas. But it's not gonna happen. We'll never stream more than 3 days a week, I don't think. But that's why I don't usually do that. It's just, I need a little bit more variety because I'm not as good at critiquing if I fatigue myself on critiquing. So I'm willing to put up with a little bit of fatigue for charity. I'll do whatever for charity. I'll do anything for charity. But just generally, I like having a little more variety in my week, you know? Maybe we can schedule a bonus extra one someday, but yeah. Let me see. Who to even sponsor? I mean, you can ask in the Discord server if people are looking for somebody to sponsor if you would like to, but that is up to you. Resubmit to the forum since I didn't after I last skipped the line. Fair. Sorry about that, but thanks for checking. It's okay, Binks and Bogs, don't worry. Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. I make minor spelling mistakes all the time. I do it constantly. I was wondering, is there a way for someone to join the queue even if they don't have a Google account? Form won't let me without one. Yes, I'm asking for a me. See, that is the troublesome thing. Does it really not let you join if you don't have a Google account? I didn't realize that. But I guess since it is a Google platform, currently there is not a way to submit if you do not have a Google account, just because for organization's sake, I do need to keep all the submissions in one place. But this could be a situation where perhaps there is a kind shroomate who'd be willing to submit on behalf of you, where you could maybe give them your details and then they could send it in, maybe? If that makes it a little bit easier, maybe? Yeah, EG would kill for charity? Don't know if I'd go that far. If you by kill you mean slay, then sure, I will slay for charity. But I'm not gonna maybe go to those extremes. Or if by kill you mean kill in Minecraft or kill in Beep of the Lamb, maybe also that, but not otherwise, no. If I ever get tired of critiques, destroy me. That's an
My
imposter.
veins are filled with concrete. No
Gary, that's not
viruses
good.
can infect me. No bacteria can harm me.
Oh my god.
I am immortal, invincible, and immune to all disease. To face me in battle is to fall on any front.
Wow,
My
okay,
mind is sharp as my tongue, as sharp as my cuteness.
Wow, Gary, you are very cute, so I'd imagine that makes your mind and tongue also very sharp. Gary, how do you keep the concrete in your veins liquid? Because I feel like if it's
Growl
solid, that'd
woof
be a
woof
problem.
bark bark off bark go woof snarl HSSSSG a woof woof bark off G HSSSS woof woof bark off G HSSSS bark off G woof woof bark G Snarl off woof bark off snarl
Yeah?
HSSSSS cuz today critique theme.
True. I love that you took a breath in the middle of that, Gary. That's good. Make sure you remember to breathe, Gary. Also, I think you said arf arf twice in a row, and it sounded like you ara-ara'd, and I was like, no, son of mine. Don't be doing that. No! Do not! False! Does Gary have all his vaccines? Yes, I keep your vaccines. Yes, I keep him well vaccinated. I don't know what a vaccinine is. I don't know what I'm saying. My pronunciation is not working. Hang on. Was there anyone else who
I am
needed me
always
to
spinning.
check?
It keeps the concrete fresh.
Oh, okay, so you're like a concrete mixer, Gary. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Woof woof bark bark.
Woof woof bark bark. True. Yes. Don't actually remember how to submit to the form. Can somebody get did someone get it? No, I don't think they did. Exclamation point, critique. There's where the form is, if you would like to submit. Concrete isn't mixed with sugar, so it never settles. Ah, yeah, you should have some blood sugar at least, Gary. So maybe that is preventing it from ever setting. That works. Don't believe you, Gary has every disease. False, did you not just hear him? His veins are filled with concrete. What disease could even survive in that type of environment? Probably none. Zero. False. He's immune.
Beep.
Beep. Why'd you beep? That you were trying to do more barking. What was the problem with barking? Gary's literally unkillable. That is true. Here, if it's any consolation to you, I will read it. I will bow wow yippee yo yippee yay. Oh, P. Probably. Let me yippee with with less ease and see if that is preferable to him. Gary, wow, you're really specific about how you are willing to say things. Where are you, Gary?
Bow wow wow yip yo yip yay.
Wow, all in one breath. Bow wow yip yay yip yo. There you go. Yeah. Good work, Gary. Okay, if that was everybody who needed me to do a check in the queue, then I will move on from that. While we're talking about designs, do you have an idea when you will reopen the one-on-one design critiques on VGen? I don't. Currently, the thought is that I'm potentially not reopening it. Just because it was so much harder to schedule, and now that I'm only down to being able to schedule on 3 days a week as opposed to 5, it's gonna get a lot harder to schedule, so I don't know. It may be a while. I actually had to pause the asynchronous critiques too because I got enough of a queue with those two that I was like, I can't accept any more of those. So they're all on pause at the moment while I do a little bit of catching up. It's just tougher when I only have 3 days a week when I can work on those things. And those 3 days a week also have to be the days when I'm working on my projects behind the scenes, my art commissions, and other things. So for balance's sake, it may take a minute for me to get back to the one-on-one critiques, which, like, I'm kind of sad that I had to pause them, but they were definitely hard to keep up with and hard to schedule for, so I will let you guys know if I see a time in which I will reopen them. I will let you know, but currently, it's not in the plans for anytime soon. Yeah. Busy shroom. I know, in some ways it is both a blessing and a curse to be so busy. On one hand, I'm honored that so many people would like feedback from me on their designs, but on the other hand, I'm only one little guy. I'm one small little shroom, and I only have so much time. So I gotta keep everything in balance, because I will wear myself out otherwise, and I gotta take care of my health. Yeah. What was that also? Will we ever get straight standing Gary back, or did he just fully emigrate to the land down under? Honestly, I don't hate his current voice, so if we are just okay with him fully immigrating, I can maybe right side up him so we stop confusing people who are showing up to stream. I don't mind this voice for him. I think it's fine. I feel like it's maybe a little higher pitched than what I would imagine for him, but it's kind of okay. How do we feel about it? Do we feel any way about his voice right now? We can change it. If we're not feeling like this should be a long-term voice. He's iconic being upside down. I've gotten used to it. Okay, both fair points maybe. Gotten used to it, but I do miss the original. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know if I remember what the original was. I like this one, forget what it was before. Yeah, I don't remember the old one. You guys who missed the old one, do we remember? Like, I don't know what it was called. Even in the options now, unfortunately. So I'd have to go search for it to try and figure out what that was to put it back before my time. Yeah, perhaps. A more boyish one, yeah. Don't know what it was called, but it was very nice. Okay, it seems like there are enough people who liked his old voice that I will try and search to see if they fixed it. I'll put that in my notes for the things I have to do on Wednesday before stream. I have to make my note card for extra credit, and I have to fix Gary's voice. Wait, actually, I'm gonna put that somewhere else as I attempt to move us into another place. I'm trying to do something better than just keeping 900 sticky notes because I have a tendency to lose them. Extra credit note. And then I need Gary's old voice. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Unrelated, but I like your emote lab image on the schedule this week. Thanks! I got to mess around with emote lab while I was at work last week, between like work orders while I was just waiting for people to do things I needed them to do. I kind of got stuck. Oh, thank you for beverage. I will have some hot chalky. But I got to mess around with it, and it was really fun and cute. I like it. I realized that I made my emote lab little guy for the wrong avatar version, so I don't get all the options for animations. So now I actually have to move all of my images around on sort of the UV wrap or the UV map or texture atlas so that it aligns with the version that gets the most support. Whoopsies. What can you do? I'll fix that maybe if I have time while I'm at work tomorrow. But it's such a cute app. It's so cute. I really like it, and I think it works very well for my style. But then again, at the same time, I'm very good at style matching. So I sort of just ended up mimicking the style that the creator used. Yeah. If you put it in the right version, it automatically updates when there's an update. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I have mine in the, like, whatever version that's at the bottom of the list. There's 3 options. There's, like, the 1.0, 1.1, and 1.2 or something versions. And for whatever reason, mine is in 1.2, I think. I don't know why I did that. I think I just wasn't paying attention when I was messing around with it, and I didn't realize that that was the area where there weren't, like, current, the most recent updates for animations were. What can I do? I'll fix it at a later point in time, perhaps. But I do need to make those notes. So, that was one of the notes I needed to make. The next thing I have to do for housekeeping, now that I'm done looking through... What is my voice doing? Oh. Now that I'm done checking in the queue for people, is we should decide what our options are, at the very least, for what we're going to critique next week, potentially. So, here, wait, you guys, I'll let you guys see this. This is my little behind-the-scenes moment. This is how I keep myself organized for whatever it is I'm doing. Hang on, I gotta fix it first so you can't see things you shouldn't see. Hang on. This is... There we go. There's just tabs I can't click, or you will see spoilers. Is your onion part of the bangs or the ahoge? The top of my onion in Emote Lab is ahoge. The bottom, like the, what you call it, like the part where it's bunched up before it comes out of the hair tie is in bangs, which ends up being a little bit strange in the animation sometimes, but it's not too bad. Hang on, let me teleport to, I think I need full screen, or yeah, full monitor, this room. Okay, come with me, we're gonna go on a little trip here. Those are bangs? Technically, kind of, yes, they are bangs. Okay. Yeah, key verified, loading Twitch data. Are you now? Loading broadcaster. Uh-oh. Did I just move rooms and for some reason break one of my chats? What happened? What's going on there? Uh-oh, Slime 2! Slime 2, what's happening? Slime 2, what are you doing? Slime 2, come on. Come on, Slime 2, you can do it. You did? Oh, okay, hang on. Let me... Oh, can I reload the source? Hang on, go here. Oink! Is it down? What's happening? Uh-oh, is Slime 2 down right now? What, wouldn't it be wild if Slime 2 got discontinued as a plugin while I was live? That'd be heartbreaking. Hang on, because it's not here either. What's happening? Where is it? Oh, wait. Chat's showing now. Okay, wait. It reconnected. Okay. Yeah, it was working in the first scene. It may have just done something funky. Slime 2 is the, like, program that I use for my Twitch chat. There we go. It's back. Okay, sorry. I thought I lost you to the void, and I was really scared for a second. I was very scared. Didn't you finish Dislight's tier list? No, I didn't do a tier list for Dislight yet. Dislight wasn't next in order. So here's how I organize myself for everything that I do. Let me put this in a position where you don't have to see my header bar, so you can see the whole thing. This is how I keep myself organized as a person. So I have, you can't see them because they're behind you, but if I like go like this, you'll see them. I have all of my major project tracking, I've got my merch tracking, I've got extra credit assignments, so this is where I keep track of like my ideas for it. I actually added a bunch more after we last voted. So like, here's all the ones we've done, or not all of them, there's a couple of them, and then here's like the ones we were voting on, the current one, here's some future ones, some annual ones, things like that, yeah. Doing an Excel tutorial. Yeah, VTubers, use Excel. It's nice for tracking things. This level of organization is something I could never ever dream to achieve. I was a project manager for a printmaking press, and that was where I found my love for this. And we also do use these a lot at work, where I work now. So it's just like a nice thing to use for organization. VTubing hack, make spreadsheets. Even if it's just so you can have a like nice checklist and have some notes next to it. Because the other reason I like this is because depending on what it is, I have other categories here where I can like pin files or pin documents. Here, spoiler. Channel videos. I can tell myself what stage I'm at in recording or scripting for videos, and then I can also pin my script over here also. Wahoo. Stream ideas. Look at this. Everything I think of that I would like to maybe do for a stream in some capacity, with notes as to what type it is, if I've done it, if it's something I can repeat or not. All my tasks that I haven't finished. This is how I keep track of things. How's the job going? It's good. I like it. I've been enjoying it. It's fun. It does make me rip my hair out just a little bit sometimes. I had a little bit of a rough week with it last week because the people who work in facilities are really sexist. They're really sexist. I may be filing something with HR about how sexist they are because one of the professors witnessed them interacting with me and they were like, good God. They were like, you have to say something about this. This is not acceptable. Which is also funny because, like, it's not even like they're being bigoted towards me on the basis of me being non-binary. They don't even know that. They just assume I'm woman and then assume that I'm stupid and cannot operate technology. They just do nothing but undermine me and ask me questions assuming I don't have the foggiest idea of how to do my job. And if the professor is present, they ask him the questions, despite the fact that he doesn't know the answer. Are they old men? No, they are middle-aged men. And they're not all white men either, because usually I feel like those fellows are the ones that are the problem, but nope, it's middle-aged men. And I live somewhere that's like not a... I don't live in the countryside anymore, where like that's a thing I was used to occurring. I live in pretty close to a city. It's strange. I think maybe it's just that like it's one of those types of jobs that draw that kind of guy in, but I don't know. Yeah. Rude. Not great. But like that's really my main complaint is just A, students don't care, B, facilities. But that's kind of it. IT guys are all nice and fine, but it's the facility guys who aren't very nice, so yeah. When I encounter that, I like turning it on them. So glad you asked to clarify your own understanding. X means X. Yeah, but like half the time they'll like, they don't pose it a way where I can even do that. So if they start to question me on my knowledge, I just walk away from them. I just ignore them. I don't have time for it. I have other things to do. I just ignore them. Yeah, glad your professor's backing you up. Oh yeah, he is not tolerating it. He shouted at one of them. But yeah, it's a little wild. Anyways, we're tangenting. This is where I've been keeping track of our crit series. So here's where I keep track of everything we've done, whether we did a regular critique for it or a tier list. And then I also have the original crit date with a revisit date where we can go back to something after 2 years if there have been enough new characters released for it. And wildly enough, I mean, I guess because I am approaching 2 years of streaming, we may be up for a Genshin Impact revisit in July. Wild. I don't know if there's enough new Genshin characters for me to feel like I want to do that already, but I could also be wrong, so I just don't keep up with it. But like, the end of this year could totally see Genshin Impact, Reverse 1999, Honkai Star Rail, Cookie Run Kingdom, and Zenless Zone Zero back on the board. Did you ever get to Mavuika? I don't recognize that name, so I'm gonna guess no. Because the last time we did the crit was in July of 2024. So anything that came out after that, I likely haven't seen. Yeah, I got very, very early Natlan. I think there were like 3 or 4 characters that were released for Natlan, and that was it. And that was even like later than this, because that was during the tier list. Yeah, so we may have to do a revisit. Your whole nation behind. Perhaps. Perhaps I am. So we'll see. We'll decide whether or not we want to do that when that time comes. Around 20 characters? Okay. I mean, not bad. That could be worthwhile for like one stream to update our tier list, potentially. July was version 4.8. Technically 1.5 nations. Wow. That's a lot of guys. Wait a while for Genshin? Maybe. Because I know that there have been a decent amount of releases for Genshin. Reverse 1999, I think, similarly also. But I think we've seen a lot of the releases for Cookie Run Kingdom and ZZZ since then, because their tier lists were like way further down the line, because this is just the OG crit date. I don't have a date for when we did the tier list for any of these, which I guess I could add, but I feel like it's not necessary. Scared for Genshin, the fandom can be a bit unhinged when dealing with any form of critique. Oh, don't I know it? Oh, don't I know it? Before I even did the critiques on stream, I was getting death threats from even mentioning my misgivings about Genshin's character design in a video. But the thing is, I don't know if I'm afraid anymore of that kind of thing. They can't bother me in a way that matters. We've talked about this, guys. I see you guys saying yikes and what? We've talked about this. I got an incredible amount of nasty messages from particularly Genshin fans and the fans of one particular Niji Sanji VTuber after I made a video about VTuber design, like my pet peeves in it, which is crazy. The whole point of pet peeves is that they're things that bother me personally. I shouldn't have to be put in peril. You shouldn't be that mad over opinions. Cool it. Yeah, keys. Hang on, I gotta focus on what we're talking about. But yeah, we've talked about it. They're a little wild, but they can't bother me. I'm not worried. They can't get me. They can't keep me down. I'm safe over here in my little corner of the internet, and I will hang out over here. How dare you have a different opinion? Yeah. So anyways, hang on. So I did want to say that we are getting to a point where we could revisit somewhat soon some series that we talked about a long time ago, but we do need to go through and pick out which ones we even want to talk about next. Because as far as tier lists go, I think we're hitting Limbus Company next for tier list. So that'll be in like maybe 2 or 3 weeks. But we have a lot of potential series that could be our next sort of like full-length critiques where I go in depth about a character. And I want to put the poll up for that this week. So I need to decide what we're going to be looking at. So I have, as we see here, a lot of options. There is an incredible quantity of options here. And some of these are filtered for being inappropriate right now. I've still been trying to figure out if there's some way I could make like videos that are privated and kept somewhere where only people who are truly of age could see them. But then again, at the same time, I don't know how much I want to critique or even touch some of these series, so I don't know. And then the other thing is, I just don't know if some of these series are appropriate. Like, I've heard that certain ones are inappropriate just by osmosis. Like, I think you guys were telling me that the new Carnival was inappropriate. Fate Grand Order, I'm not touching just because it has origins as an eroge, which is like a maybe not so appropriate style of a Tome game. So I just don't want to engage with the fandom in that capacity. Brown Dust 2 is probably the most inappropriate. Yeah, I have that one marked. Girls Frontline 2 I know is also very inappropriate. But yeah, I don't know what other ones are on here, because like I have a bunch of other ones that are on here that I'm not familiar with either. So like, I know people want Cookie Run Oven Breaks, that's on the list. Grand Blue Fantasy is having an anniversary right now, so that's on the list because it's also been there for a while, and I believe it's got design work done by some Square Enix fellas, maybe. Deadlock, I think you guys told me to wait on because it's not like at a full release yet, so some of the designs are subject to change, I think. A couple people asked for Overwatch recently. I do want to do Miku design critiques, but I don't, that's more so I want to do a tier list than necessarily a full-length critique of her, but maybe I could. Don't know. We're gonna wait on Arknight's Enfield because that's not been out for very long. Deadlock will be in beta for a long while. Okay, so we'll wait on that one. Pokemon trainers might be relevant right now because there's a bunch of Pokemon hype, but Pokemon kind of always has hype anyway. So like that's in there. Nikkei Azure Lane, Love and Deep Space, New Carnival, Freight Grand Order, all nixed. Fire Emblem was on the list a long time ago and we haven't come back for it, as was Final Fantasy. Back when we looked at another series, people brought up Punishing Grey Raven, and I can't remember what company this was, but it's a company we've critiqued a game from before. I don't know what another Eden is, but that was suggested to me. Epic 7 I'm aware of because there's a VTuber I watch who plays it. Oh, that's a Kuro Games one, okay. Epic 7 I know exists because this is something a VTuber I watch played on stream a couple times. Tears of Themis? I believe is a Hoyoverse, but it's an Otome. I don't know how appropriate it is, but you can tell me if it's not appropriate. Hoyo Ikemen game. If it's just a Hoyo Ikemen game, that might be fine. But if it's inappropriate, maybe I won't. I wouldn't. It's not safe for work. Okay, if it's not safe for work, then it's probably fine. I don't fear Hoyoverse. They're not going to kill me. Pretty tame, mostly normal guys. Okay, I'll look a little more into it. There's also Vocaloid designs, all of them. Actually, you know what? You're so right. Why don't I just change this to be Vocaloid? And we'll critique like Kryptonloids or something maybe. Even Cookie Run Oven Break? Yeah, I do have that on the list here also. Genius. Yes, thank you. Very genius. And then there's a bunch of other ones I'd never heard of on here. Like, I don't know what Chaos Zero Nightmare is. I don't know what Stellasora is. Blue Archive. Ensemble Stars, I think, is not a rhythm game, but it's about music or something. I don't know what another Eden is. Mormems is one that I think was related to Limbus, maybe? Question mark? And sort of Convalaria? I don't know what most of these are. You will hate Chaos Zero Nightmare design. Uh-oh. We'll find out. Not explicit. There's some heavy romance elements. Okay, I'm not afraid of romance. Romance is fine. If it's not, are they alluding to inappropriate things, perhaps? Ensemble Stars is a rhythm idol game. Is it? But they have idol designs in that game, so I think that's why it's on the list. E.g. Lost for Words. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase what I want to say about it. Like, romance is fine. If they're kissing, it's fine. I don't care. But are they implying things that are 18 plus? Because that's what I've heard about the Love and Deep Space, is that for as much as there's like nothing incredibly inappropriate, I think, on screen, there is some heavily implied stuff going on in there. There's some real spicy stuff apparently that is implied, or that they use different phrasing for what it is to get around not censorship, but like a rating change. Yeah, I've heard that, yeah, Love and Deep Space is very spicy. If Tears of Themis is similarly spicy in a similar manner where it doesn't have an 18 plus rating, but they're kind of dodging it by pretending things are not as inappropriate they seem, please tell me. I wouldn't know. Would love a Precure tier list. Honestly, Precure might be a good idea to stick on the list too. Let's stick Precure down here. But the funny part about this is that I can tell from the reactions you guys are mostly having that, like, a lot of these series are not going to be something that we really want to take a look at. Also, Utao. Oh, see, if we did Utao critiques, that'd be kind of difficult because Utao designs are all usually made by like one person. They're not made by a company. So I don't want to critique somebody's like passion project that they have made where they could, you know, commission somebody to design a character for them. I want to have permission from them to do that. And with Utao, there's like, it'd be hard to narrow down which ones to even pick for that. One of my favorites from Ensemble Stars is the design gimmick of being a normal guy. Love a normal guy. Love a normal guy. Small but Twisted Wonderland has a cast of 22 characters that are very fun. That one was suggested to me before. That's the Disney Otome, right? Potentially, right? Let's stick that on there. Oh, Mars the Raccoon Paws, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Realize that some people might not know what deep space means. What do you mean? What does deep space mean? Is it not deep in space, like outer space? What else would that possibly mean? Not Natome, it's Joy Muke? You just like the designs? Huh? For which one? What are we talking about? Based on villains with characters from the Arts of Black Butler. Whoa, wait, hang on, wait. Arts of Black Butler's designed some diabolical things. That doesn't make me trust it anymore. Twisted Wonderland. Oh, okay, okay. Popular vocal synths in general. Yeah, I know that there are hundreds potentially of Vocaloids, but like we'd probably stick to some like popular ones, yeah. Like, and then more popular non-Vocaloid ones like Tedo, Gumi, those kinds. Is Gumi is, where is Gumi? Is Gumi not? I guess she's, where is Gumi? Where is she? I thought she was a Vocaloid. Is she not? You'll find that I don't actually know. Oh no, it's an allegory? An allegory? What's an allegory? The cave? Gumi is a Vocaloid. Okay, thank God. I was like, I'm pretty sure Gumi is a Vocaloid. Okay, so it seems like based on the discussion we're having right now, I can mark the ones that it seems like we're interested in. So it seems like Vocaloid should be in polling. Seems like there's interest for that. Deadlock, I might need to put a new category for, which is going to be on hold, just because we need to wait for it to be out of beta, perhaps. It's gonna scroll me back to the top because it does this every time. Deadlock, on hold. So we'll wait for that one. Do you have strong feelings on any of the other ones? It seemed like people were interested in Pokemon trainers, so I can put that in polling. Yeah, see Moss Cake and Captain Airy also saying so. Give me a PG. Deep Space is the... What? Oh my God, okay. I'm not reading that out loud, but good to know. Okay. With the upcoming Pokemon Wind and Waves gotten related to Pokemon again, that's fair. Vote Pokemon, okay. So we have Pokemon Vocaloid, that's 2. Our other options include Cookie Run Oven Break, Grand Blue Fantasy, which I might put Grand Blue Fantasy back in just because it's been here for a while. So that may be worthwhile to have in the polling. Also, I think they have like an anniversary going on kind of around this time. Not sure. We've got Overwatch, not Arknights, that's on hold. Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy, Punishing Grey Raven, another Eden, Epic 7. Choose a theme is I'm gonna hold on because I think I'd like to look into what's going on with that to see if it's appropriate or not. Chaos Zero Nightmare, Stellasora, Blue Archive, Ensemble Stars, another Eden, more Men's, Sword of Convalaria, Precure, and Twisted Wonderland. There's a lot of options here, potentially. Grand Blue Fantasy recently came out on PC too. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. Fighting game character critique. Don't know if that genre is popular in the Shroom State. I mean, maybe. I'll like me a fighting game from time to time, perhaps. Maybe. If you want to combine Vocaloid and Pokemon, you could look at Project Voltage. Oh, see, like, I would love to just, like, go through and, like, rate just the Project Voltage Miku designs, because those are also so fantastic. Project Voltage has 18 types. Yeah, that could be fun, but, like, that might have to be its own separated day, maybe. But we need one more, because I need 4 for polling. Speak now or forever hold your peace, or peas, if you are eating the green little round things that are in the fridge, or maybe in your freezer, depending on what form you're eating them in. Or maybe they're in cans? Hold on to them. But speak now, because there will not be another poll for this, probably for a hot minute, because I have to totally refresh the poll. What we're doing, we're polling to see, not really polling, but I'm seeing if there's particular interest in certain series for our next on-stream critique. Deadlock has good designs. We're putting Deadlock on hold because they're in beta, so the designs might change pretty significantly. Critique our disliked character designs. That would be an interesting concept. If you, maybe for a stream we could do, like, Shrewmate's favorite or like least favorite designs, but that'd have to be probably its own thing. That wouldn't fit within like what this is. That's like a one-off type of stream. Maybe. So I could critique your favorite designs and break everyone's heart, which could be something we could do. That's too prep heavy. Not used, but that is. Why do I have repeatable in both categories? I gotta fix this. And then we could do least favorite also. Hang on. This is so hard to do on this monitor. I'm not used to doing it down here. There we go. Okay. Oh, I should have just copied the whole thing. That's okay. Beep, beep. Beep. There we go. Maybe. Final Fantasy. Design our own Project Voltage Miku's for extra credit sometimes. Oh, see, that'd be kind of a fun challenge. Because I feel like are there remaining types? Or you could just design one that's its own type, maybe. Path to Nowhere, Cookie Run Oven Break. You know, I have seen people in the Discord server asking for Cookie Run Oven Break. And it has been a minute since we did Cookie Run Kingdom also. So maybe I'll stick that in the poll. So, poll will be Cookie Run Oven Break, Grand Blue Fantasy, Pokemon Trainers, and Vocaloid. I will be putting polls up probably tomorrow on Twitter and on YouTube for voting. So you can perhaps vote for those and let me know which one you would like. Thanks. A few days ago, they announced a Cookie Run open world game. What in the world? We gotta stop doing open world games. It's not the only path forward. We can do other kinds of games. Give me games that have concrete, consolidated storyline with designed areas that you are meant to move through sequentially. Give me back my 3D Metroidvanias is what I'm asking for. I don't know. Another bites the dust. Don't know if there's extra types could make them our favorite Pokemon or something. Yeah, you could! Miku Pokemon fusions. Yeah, here, I'll add that to my extra credit ideas, perhaps. There we go. And this
Did someone say concrete?
Did I say concrete? I may have said concrete. You got me. I may have said it. I didn't notice. More roguelikes? Yeah, give me just like a focused roguelike game, perhaps, for other things. Don't know. But yeah, okay. So that's good. Thank you guys for helping me with that. I just wanted to get some general Shrewmate feelings about that before we started our crits today. So thank you. But I think that's all the housekeeping I had to do. Yes, keys. Let me close this and I will move us into our crits. Let's go here. There we go. Bam! Turnip Boy commits tax evasion? What a name. That is certainly a title. That is certainly a title. So, to get us started, I'm going to tell you what we're doing and then I'm going to drink hot chocolate. So, today we are doing dog-themed design critiques. Is the goal. Sorry, I saw this orange thing behind me and didn't realize it was my hand. You've got to trust and believe that a fox is a dog. And yes, we are starting with Star Skip the Line. So we are going to start with that, and then we're doing our dog-themed VTuber design critiques after that. So, what we have before us right here is our rubric, which we use to make sure we are being as unbiased and objective as possible when we are critiquing designs. So, the rubric allows each design to get a maximum, perhaps, of 10 points. 2 points coming from each of 5 categories. Those 5 categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motif. So, to get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting. The color palette should work at a distance, or the contrast should rather. The color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if the hues and values just need to be totally revisited. To get full points for silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and contrasting shape language present. You will get no points for silhouette if the silhouette is not distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs way more definition. Then, for complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the design should have a level of detail that is appropriate to the medium it is in, The details that are present should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point, and I should be able to make a cute little marketable plushie of you without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if it doesn't pass the design or the plushie test. For focal point, to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face because that is the primary focal point first and foremost. And then can visually explore the rest of the design. You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over-under detailing, being completely outcompeted by their elements. And finally, for concept and motifs, to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. The key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. That means I should be able to identify things like your personality, your species, your occupation, your fashion sense, cultural references, just by looking at you, hopefully. You will get no points for concept and motif if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or just non-existent. Wahoo. You can also get up to 3 bonus points. 1 bonus point for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. 1 for having a unique, exciting art style, and 1 if I put you on the fridge, and that is a personal taste category. This week, we have a personification of the rubric that was made by Aomi. Look how cute! Look at her, lovely. This is Rubric-chan. Now I'm gonna drink my hot jockey. Body, eyes, focal point, truther. Disagree. You can say whatever you want. Speak your truth, but it's not mine, and it is not the truth of character design also, either. Hot chalky. So here, after I drink a little hot chalky, and while I do maybe, if you guys want to check in for class, we can take roll. So if you'd like to participate in roll, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem called here, or you can use the ability to type with your fingers and say hi or here in YouTube chat. On Twitch, easiest if you make sure you use the redeem, just because I might miss you in the chat as it scrolls by with all the redeems, perhaps. But let me take a sippy of drink, and then I will see who's here. Also, it'd be really smart of me if I put my beverage on the hot plate. Ooh, my leg is asleep. I was sitting cross-legged, and just like one side of my calf fell asleep. What in the world? Hello? Ooh, wait, I might have to stand up. It's like really asleep. What did I do? How did that happen? I'll read roll from standing. Hang on. Let me take my headphone out. I'll lean down while I do my leg thing to try and make it wake up. So let's see, who's here? Wow, Selma, 65 is a lot. Yeah, I'll stand here right on the lip of the classroom ledge here. I got really immaculate balance. I'm flattening myself to the whiteboard, standing on my heels with all of my willpower. Okay, let's see. It looks like Sanizum, Edward, Lilium, Nathan, Mad Buns, Ruby Mario Will, Chili, Chocorama, Fern, Cece, Lemia, Magnus, Undead Diver, Hoshi, Seasonal Sade, Karma Chaos, Binks and Bonks, Nilo, Fontanian Water, Manzana, Friendly Guy, Art Fun, Yabari, Starless Mage, Selma, Jazzy Cat, Star, Lewanson, Vixen, Aerith, Alsu, Corey, Akavisek, Rex, Amber are all here. Hi! YouTube showmates, I can see Mosscake and Libula. Hi! Hello! Let me dance around a little bit to try and make my leg wake up real quick. Let's see, what's going on here? Is it back? Oh no, we're back. It came back. Leg back online. We're good. It was like asleep in a place where I couldn't feel that it had pins and needles, which is really weird. It was like only asleep on the outside edge of my calf. Do you ever have that happen? I feel like I'm really good at managing to isolate limb sleepness to one small and strange area. There we go. Hello, darkness, my old friend. No, also don't stand up so fast. Be careful. Make sure you get your drinks. Make sure you drink enough so you don't do that, perhaps, because that is often a symptom of dehydration, but also POTS. It happens. You said on one upstream nerve. Yeah. I'm really good at it. Oh, also, lurkers, don't worry. I got you guys marked down. Thank you for being here, as always. And VOD watchers, thank you for also watching. Thank you. My hand's always asleep when I wake up because my sleep position. Ooh, that's not fun. If I end up with an arm above my head when I fall asleep, it just ends up asleep. That's the way it goes. There's nothing I can do about it. But like one of my best skills is wearing pants that are too tight in the knee and then bending my knee for a long time and then only my kneecap falls asleep. Bet you didn't know that was a thing you could do. You can. It works. It happens. If you stand up too fast and get dizzy, it could also be a sign of low iron. Fair, potentially also. If you are somebody who is standing up and blacking out, maybe good to see doctor. Maybe Hopital, perhaps. Fascinating. Hey, you want to hear another fascinating thing I learned about? Just real quick while we open Star's design and observe it with our eyeballs. There is a reflex which is called, I think it's called the photoic sneeze reflex, which I learned I have. Yesterday, when Joby and I were coming back home, because we were visiting Joby's family after Joby ran in a 5K over the weekend, which wasn't even a 5K, it was a 4-mile race, which is longer than a 5K. We were coming home and I was like, Joby, you know that thing where like when you accidentally like catch the sun in the corner of your eye and then sneeze? Why is that? It's so annoying because it kept happening to me yesterday for some reason. I think it was just where the angle we were driving at on the road where it just kept happening. And they were like, you're crazy. They were like, that's not real. They were like, EG, that is a you thing. That is just you. I was like, it's not. It can't just be a me thing. I can't have it. It can't be that way. But the last time there was a thing that seemed like a me thing, aka me eating ice cream or really cold food and then having to cough as a response, I found out that there is a particular like biological like reason why that can happen, and this is the same way. It's called the photoic, I think, sneeze response. Sister has it. Yeah, happens. Doesn't happen to me. It doesn't happen to everybody, but it can happen. Yeah. Same though with the sun and sneeze thing. Yeah. I have it sometimes when I come from shade to sun. Yeah. Me, I have it. Yeah. Cold food cough happens to me too. Yeah. So there are like reflexes that you can have, and those are two of them, and I happen to have both of them, and Joby has neither of them, and therefore thinks I'm crazy. But just so that you all know, you're not crazy. You're not losing it. You're not strange or unusual. Up to 45% of the population have those things. Amber says mostly Caucasian folks, which may be why 40% or 45% of the US has it. Maybe that statistic is not global. It might just be US, but it could also be accounting for maybe Europe. I don't know what the statistic was from. Mayo Clinic said so. That's who I trusted. Just calls Joby to show the proof now. Well, I immediately Googled it, and Joby was like, Joby didn't even believe me. I Googled it, and they were like, how do I know you're not just reading that from somewhere? And I was like, do you want me to show you the articles? I will show you the articles. You have to believe me. You have got to believe me. Anyways, I have to focus also. So as a part of focusing, we need to do bingo. Bam. Bingo. Pin that. I need a bingo card. Also, if you want to play character design trope bingo with us, you can generate a card using the link that I have pinned at the top right now. Googly IEG so funny. Genuinely, it is one of the toggles that sparks the most joy in me. I love it. Exclamation point bingo. Let me give it to YouTube. There you go. Let's see. Do I have a card that's going to be reasonable for today? We'll find out. Pin. There we go. Pinned. So then after that, we need to also do maybe a gamba? What are we going to gamba about? We can gamba for the usual of how many designs will I get through critiquing, but we could also gamba over whether or not I win bingo, which seems topical for the fact that we are designing characters based around bingo. Maybe. I kind of want to spice it up. I feel like we do the same thing every week for those gambas. Let me do a different gamba, maybe. Should I like my bingo design? It ain't easy, I'll tell you that. I've also been struggling. Big no. Amber disagrees with me. Amber says false. Bingo gamba today, okay? Some people are saying otherwise. Let's see. I'll do a prediction. We'll do bingo. I'm in charge. I get to decide. Will EG get a bingo today? Yes, no, and you get the next 30 minutes to guess. Bam. I meant bingo. That's fair. I thought you were doing a pun, Amber, and saying big no as like a joke. I thought that was an intentional move. Yeah. Okay, there you go. YouTube, you guys get one too. Bam. Slowly dying about Track Blazer. Oh, don't get me off topic about Uma Musume, but I'm consistently getting S+ Umas now out of Track Blazer because I'm understanding how to play the runs a little bit better now. I have yet to get an SS, but I think it's just because I don't feel like pushing them to their limit. But anyways, I'm enjoying Track Blazer. I like it as a mode. I have fun doing the runs for it. It doesn't feel like a slog like the other modes felt. Is poll up? Poll is up. Poll is up. So, poll is up. Now, that means critique time. 3 SS Hanses. Stop bragging about your SS Hanses. Actually, you can brag about it as much as you want. I just can't look at it. I have to put my horse blinders on and focus on critiquing, because if I get off topic thinking about Uma Musume, I won't get back on topic after thinking about Uma Musume, because it does consume a decent portion of my brain. Ooh, lock in, truemates, jingle, jingle, keys, truemates, jingle, jingle, keys. So, our first design we are critiquing today is a skip the line critique for Star, who has submitted a design to us previously. Star, I was trying to find your previous submission so we could compare it to your current design, and I couldn't actually find it. So, I know we had critiqued a couple things about your design that I think you had changed, but I don't remember what they were off the top of my head, and I couldn't find it in my like previously critiqued folder, because there's like 400 files in there perhaps. But it's just, I was trying to remember what I had suggested to be changed on it. I have it somewhere. Okay, if you have it, could you send it in live submissions? Because I don't want to like reiterate things I've already said too much. But I would say that if I'm needing to reiterate them, that may mean that you need further modification in the design, perhaps. So, this is Star, she/her, at Southern Lights. The description is that this is a self-digital persona. I'm struggling with the concept of making a unique silhouette, but when I do it, it doesn't feel like me. Any suggestions on how to make the silhouette interesting, but still feel like the same design? The other reason I was asking was because I think you gave us a little more context as to what you were going for with the concept before. Because right now, all you've mentioned here is it being a self-digital persona, but like, what about you are we putting in the persona? Is it your fashion sense? Is it any hobbies? What are the layers to the concept? Because if the only layer is that it's you, and it looks like you as a person, we may want more. My kindness. Sure, that can be, you know, that's a personality trait. But are there any other layers to it other than that? You are kind, and it is somebody that maybe looks like you, perhaps. Based on their real self, symmetrical is okay. Symmetrical can be okay if it is just based on what you really look like, potentially. Especially if you're trying to look like reassuring or stable or something like that. That can also be fine. Oh, Zakoria, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your rotation. Also, I'm honored you do a Prime sub on me, because you only get one of those a month. Thank you. Put a halo in that. What do you mean a halo? That would probably make you too much religious. Too religious, maybe. You might be interpreted as an angel then, and that might not be what you're going for, although that is a way to make somebody appear to be kind, perhaps. But you can also convey that with like eye shape and hairstyles and things like that. Yeah. Let me see if you had sent, you might still be looking for it, but I'll keep an eye on live suggestions for the previous edit. But yeah, what are your goals for the use of this persona? I don't know, Star, are you planning to be a VTuber, or is this generally a, like, just online persona to use that isn't meant for VTubing? Oh, Nano! Thank you for gifting a sub to Heartstitch. That was very kind of you. That was very kind. Thank you. Can we rotate for Nano, please? Oh. Why does the train... there's a train with a checkbox? What is that? I feel like this thing changes constantly. I feel like how the train thing works is never consistent. Ever. It's always changing. And I actually can't access my emotes because I can't reach them. Because it's putting them behind all the things that are happening. Evil and strange and peculiar. Oh wait, hang on. I saw Star answered the question. Online persona more likely to use than a VTuber, sadly. Okay, that's fair. Why is it not yellow? Why is what not yellow? What is supposed to be yellow? Is something supposed to be yellow? I don't know what's going on. Where can I submit my design? If you use the form that is linked here under exclamation point critique, then you can. Oh, okay, never mind. There is a hype train. Question mark. Twitch, you're very confusing. Very, very confusing. Posted it in live suggestions. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't find it. Oh. Oh, wait. Okay. I think I was misremembering what we had potentially changed about it. Interesting. What was that sound? Oh, Actisec, thank you for 100 bits. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, very kind. Twitch wanted to do a pre-announcement. Maybe. Peculiar and confusing. Okay, so it seems like you've consolidated your outfit into being less individual parts now than it used to be once upon a time. Let me put it in here so that Shrewmates can see it. And it seems like it is based on potentially a real dress that you have. So seeing this dress, I think we could be a little bit more faithful to it if that is the intent. So I think that's the dress that is being referenced. These are previous submissions with edits on them, perhaps. I think this might be the one we had looked at on stream the last time. Maybe. So you did consolidate the clothing down a little bit, and you picked something that you are wearing. Let me put this over here. Because I think, whoops, spoiler. Hang on. Spoilers! I think we can be a little bit more faithful to how this particular dress seems to work, and I think that will help you. As well as doing something similar with the cardigan. Because it seems like this dress is a lot more triangular shaped, maybe than how you have drawn it, where it's like, oh, opacity stay at 100. Like this. And then where it's got that little bit of ruffle, it might be okay to have it sort of like, have like a little bit of a change in the shape. But I think it should be a little bit wider. Your details on it also are perhaps just a little bit too low contrast. You've got this bow on it, but we can't see the bow from any distance. And for as much as on the actual dress it's made of the same fabric, if you're going to be using a lineless style for creating these elements, you are gonna have to just make this decently darker. Or lighter, just so that a viewer will be able to see them. And the reason why this also feels specific here is because tying a jean-like material is going to be different than tying something that is a little bit lighter of a fabric. It's a heavier fabric, so you end up with a bow that's a little bit more squared off. So if you had that like slightly more squared off bow, maybe it should be a little bit bigger. You could have the ribbon pieces hanging in there. That will help to make the dress feel a little bit more specific. The other thing to note is that this dress feels like it's high-waisted also from where this is banded, because there's only like a bust area with buttons, and then we reach the band part of it. So this may need to be moved up also. Whoops, I've moved everything because I'm a fool and I put everything on the same layer. Classic EG move. Because I think one of the things that isn't necessarily working about this outfit right now is that a lot of the divisions seem to be somewhat evenly spaced. Like the distance between where the previous belt line was and the bottom edge of the cardigan is the same distance as the bottom of the cardigan to the top of the shoulder. So we need more variety in spacing, and by moving this ribbon up, that will probably help with it. So that way it feels a little bit more high-waisted, the way that the actual dress appears to be. I don't have a real sweater like it though. That's fair, but you can find one online that feels like one that you might like, perhaps. It doesn't have to just be based on things out of your own closet. I know that for making a persona, it may feel alluring to just design them wearing things that you own, And while sometimes that does give us a good opportunity for making something that feels specific to us, it can also be very limiting sometimes too. Just because we may not always own the fashion that we think would be best to represent us. So if you just find a cardigan that feels like something you would wear, that might work a little bit better. Because right now the shape of the cardigan is not really adding anything to the design. And for a design where you're intending for it to feel kind of grounded and based in reality and, you know, close to how you would, you know, feel comfortable depicting yourself and close to how you exist in life, it may benefit you to have a more specific choice. Just because we don't have all that many opportunities for adding exaggeration to silhouette if we're trying to be super grounded with the design. Did I copy and paste that? No, I didn't. So we've got to take them where we can find them. E.g., copy, paste, transform, flip horizontal. There we go. Bam. There we go. And then I may need to raise this up also so that it's properly high-waisted. And then you could use this darker color as well to show some of the other little elements happening in the dress. So there's like a seam line down here. Maybe my brush is a little bit too big, but there's a seam down here. Oh, I'm gonna do a terrible job of trying to draw this all the way across. I should just use a symmetry modifier, but that's okay. Or not modifier, this isn't Blender. Oh boy. But just generally, like, you know, you could have these two division lines here. There's all these little horizontal dashes that are, not horizontal, vertical dashes that are in this area of the fabric. I've made this a little bit too thick, but often when you're depicting sort of those edges on jeans, people will draw sort of shapes like this sometimes, and then they'll shade them in a little bit. And if this is too high contrast for you, you could pick a color that's not quite as dark, but you do want it to still be a good bit darker than the way you would initially drawn it. It's not jean material. It really looks like jean material here, though. You don't have to make it jean material, but it seems like it's functioning in a similar way to how jean material might. It's doing this similar pulling thing where, do you see how it's got all these little pockets of dark shading next to a light area? That is what the similarity is. And similarly here, this feels like a heavier, thicker fabric, where maybe it's just because it's too layered, but it's just behaving similarly to jean maybe. But linen, rayon mix, sure. It just needs to be faithful to the way that this is depicted. Perhaps. From the ref dress IRL, the buttons are larger. Yes, well, I'll get there. But just pay attention to the particularities of how the dress is constructed, because I think that will help it to feel more specific. Because right now, it does not really feel like especially a memorable garment, perhaps. Just a cotton thing and finishing details. It very well could be. Very well probably is. So then, after making the ribbon a little bit more specific, I think we do need to do something about the cardigan also. If I'm thinking about how tied cardigans work, I guess you can tie them like real high up in the center, but with the way gravity wants to work, a lot of times when you tie a cardigan, or at least when I've tied a cardigan, the tie wants to sort of weigh down because this is extra fabric that is gathered. This is heavier. So this usually ends up being at like a lower point. I get that there maybe are some very lightweight fabrics that may sit up here, but then if it's lightweight fabric, there might be other things we can do to depict that, you know? So I do think that you should pick a specific cardigan. Yeah, a little window shopping, as Edward has said. What type of cardigan are you looking for? Are you looking for something that's knitted? Or are you looking for something that is perhaps one of those like real fancy, what do you call them? Like not sheer fabrics, but it's like what people wear over top of like formal wear sometimes. You want texture? Maybe texture. Texture would be good. Something's not interesting through its shape. It can be interesting through texture. Or just in general, we can add interest through texture. But I want to know what this is made of so I can determine, you know, maybe if it's going to have weight sitting in a certain way, if there's particular sleeve shapes that it might happen to have. You know, if it's a sweater, it might have, you know, the vertical ribbing around the bottom end of a sleeve, or it might have some sort of like trim around here where it's being pulled in. But if it's one of those sheer fabrics, we'd be able to see through it a little bit, and maybe like the end of it here would have a little bit more of like a little bit like less even of a bottom edge where it can like have a little bit of like, not a ruffle, but it's wobbling a little bit at the bottom because it's a lighter weight fabric. So it's just gonna be a little bit more ethereal and flowy, you know? So determining what this is made out of will help to push us in the direction towards, you know, how we may depict it as far as adding something interesting to your silhouette goes also. Ever thought about how jeans is just cotton? I always thought it's its own thing. Yeah, it's its own, it's not its own thing, but it is cotton treated a specific way. Like sometimes it's starch or there's other things that are applied to it to make it a little bit different than other cottons we wear. We make it a little bit stiffer often. Denim is cotton. Although a lot of things that you buy that are, in quotes, denim these days really aren't. There's a lot of polyester in pants now. There's not very much cotton in a lot of them, which is very dangerous in certain lines of work. Anyways, I'm kind of getting off topic here a little bit. So, I would say that you should pick a specific material on top of picking maybe a specific cardigan to reference here with the overlayer. Because that will help to put you in a direction as to what you can exaggerate in the design, just a little bit to help with your silhouette. My next thing that I would ask is about your shoes and your socks. So it seems like this dress is sort of like somewhat casual. It feels like something you could wear in the spring perhaps because it's sleeveless and it's sort of flowy. It's casual, but it is still somewhat dressy because it's a dress. What type of socks would you wear with this to go out? Because you are wearing like almost knee-high socks. I am not always the most up on what is fashionable for feminine fashion especially, but to me these are currently reading as like tube socks almost, which are like a little bit like athletic almost. I wear it at musicals a lot. For musicals, okay, interesting. What type of socks are these? Because I almost feel like with an outfit that has a cardigan and a dress, the knee-high socks, I don't know if they make, maybe it's just because they're gray? No idea. Okay, fair. But that is the kind of thing where we should find an answer to that question, perhaps. You know, where these socks could be something that is, like, maybe like a more mesh fabric, or if they were like a little bit more decorative, perhaps. They might make sense with, the way that this rest of the dress is designed, but right now they almost feel a little bit athletic compared to the dress, which is a little bit odd. And I do see that there's stars on this one, which I'm gonna guess is a reference to your name being Star, but they are a little bit low contrast. Not matching socks can be a personality trait. That's something I do. I don't match my socks as a person. And that tells you that I don't care about perfection very much, maybe. But right now in this design, because everything else is pretty neat and orderly, it does feel maybe a little bit out of place. You may want to have another star element somewhere in the clothing, and that may help to make sense of this being down here. Or alternatively, you could just have the star pattern be on both of them, but not be perfectly mirrored. You could have a couple stars that are up here, and then maybe some of the stars are like down here, and the clusters aren't quite exactly the same. And that'll feel like it's adding a little bit of natural asymmetry. While making it feel like you're wearing similar socks, perhaps. And I'm gonna guess that the gray is also because it's maybe the night star, perhaps, too. And then your shoes also. What kind of shoes are you wearing? It doesn't seem like you are wearing shoes that are finished right now. It seems like we've blocked in a shoe. Where, to me, it's like, okay, well, you could have a shoe where we can see that, like, maybe there's, like, a strap or something that's coming across the leg or something in here, and then there's like a second strap. So we're blocking things out into interesting shapes, and we can have like the heel underneath. Picture of some of the times I wore the dress if it could help. Maybe. But the other thing that I do just want to mention to you is, for as much as you are designing a persona, do not be trapped just by the things that you own and the way that you are wearing something realistically. I will speak from experience here, that is something that can be very limiting when you are trying to, design a character for yourself. It's actually the biggest struggle I've had with designing things for EG, for me, is being limited by what I would actually wear and things that I do own and wear, when you don't have to be sort of locked down by that. If you see things online and are like, man, I wish I could wear that, I wish I could afford that, I wish I could pull that off, your character you draw absolutely can do all of those things because they are not limited by money or time or whatever your appearance looks like in reality or whatever your confidence level is or the way that people perceive you or things like that. So those are all great elements to bring into a design. But there are cool layered socks. Honestly, gonna steal that idea. You could have layered socks. That could be an option. I'm just messing with the shoes to try and figure out what I would do with them because they just need a little more detail. Because right now they are sort of just a gray shape, and even if you're like, you know, rounding at the bottom, providing like a little bit of an edge where we can see that there might be a sole on them. If you are wearing something that's a little bit more casual, maybe you're wearing this with like sneakers or something. That's a thing that young EG did. But back when EG was required by society to wear dresses, EG refused to wear any kind of fancy shoe and would instead wear sneakers, specifically like Converse. So you could have like, here's my sneaker that I'm wearing with these. And then that might make sense of the, like, almost like tube sock feeling that we're getting there. So like, let me darken like a tongue in, and then, you know, a lot of these often have white on them, but then that already feels just like a little bit more specific, and then that's pointing me in a particular direction about the way that you're dressed also. Let me see if you sent the way the outfit is worn. Okay, not yet, maybe. But I still think that we could be pushing the individual elements of this outfit to be a lot more specific. I think that is my major critique. As some people were saying earlier, the buttons on the dress could use to be bigger. I think that the top trim of the dress could be a little bit more faithful as well, where it seems like there's a neckline that is rounded a little bit. And then there's that like sort of like fabric patterning where it's got that texture. The buttons could be decently bigger. We could see where the overlap of the pieces of fabric is happening, perhaps. And then sort of the other edge of that. This button area goes all the way down to where this waist tie is, more or less, but like you don't have to take it all the way down. And again, you don't have to be 100% faithful to how this dress was constructed in real life, but I think that following its construction is helping provide some hints that just flesh it out a little bit more fully. Yeah. I have a questionable fashion sense. That's also fine. I have a questionable fashion sense, let me tell you. I have been teased my whole life by my sister and my mother that I don't necessarily have a sensible fashion sense. Oh, Al was here. Whoopsie, I didn't see. Hi, Al, if you're still here. Thank you for spinning my head and loosening my neck up. Sorry, I've been, like, locked in a little bit. Although, was I locked in at that point? Who knows? I missed it either way, and I'm sorry. Opposite of what I was told. Forced to wear the dress piece for senior photos. So uncomfortable. Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Me also. Unfortunately, that is a thing that is possible. But yeah, okay. Something more specific with that. I think your necklace could use to be a little bit bigger as well. I know that realistically, a lot of necklaces sit a little bit higher on the neck like that, but it's sort of almost centered between the bottom of your chin and the top edge of your dress. So to provide slightly more interesting proportioning, we may want to drop that down just like a little bit more. So like here maybe? Watch me draw the worst shape for a necklace ever known to mankind. There we go. And then I would suggest looking up maybe like star-themed jewelry or something, because I have a feeling you can pick out a more specific necklace than what that was. That was just a star and a necklace. If that is a necklace that you really own and it is something that you are very attached to, maybe that's fine. But I think we could give you a necklace that is more distinct. Post a photo of me wearing it. Okay, let me see. I got your head blacked out. Oh, okay. This already gives me a lot to work with. This gives me a lot more to work with. Hang on. Are you okay if I pull this up where the shroommates can see? Is that okay, Star? I see that you put it in Discord, and you covered your face, but it is okay. Is it okay if I bring it here? I can even cover more of your head if you want me to. Why is it thing to force fun people to wear dresses? Because society can't accept that there's more than one way to exist a person. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. There we go. So, you're wearing this with a long sleeve shirt under it. It's, oops, hang on, that's not you. It's got a very square top part to the shoulder, and then the boots add so much to it, as do the leggings you're wearing underneath it. So even if you don't want to go for something that's like that dark, you are Star, that is your name. You could go for like a darker legging underneath here. This is gonna have terrible contrast with my background right now, but you could have darker leggings that are under here, and maybe they're not super tight. They could have a little bit of something that's a little bit looser to them. And then you could put the stars on it, and it would add more contrast. And yes, as Nilo has said, the boots add a lot of character to this. Their yoga pants is middle of the winter. That's totally fine. Either way, you could wear leggings under it. It doesn't have to be yoga pants. You could wear something under it. But adding something dark to your legs helps to weight the design a little bit. There's a concept called bottom weighting in character design, or just in art in general, where by putting darker colors at the bottom of a design, we make it feel grounded. And we also make it less focal too. So you could have dark leggings down here, you could have like a neutral colored boot maybe, but that adds a lot of personality to the design that I think this needs right now. I think it needs that, because this is a fun outfit. Also, the fact that the dress has slits up the side of it, that adds something also. So like if we could see here, we can pretend. We don't have to be super accurate, but we can pretend like, oh yeah. This is the inside of it. We can sort of fudge an angle on one side so we can see that there's a slit in it. It is way more square on you than the way I edited it to look, but we could square it off again. Hang on. There we go. Perhaps. Maybe it was a little more square the way it was originally. But I think there's things that we could do. Yeah, the way the fabric is folded. It's not slits. It's not? Oh, maybe that is just the way the fabric is folded. But similarly, you could reference that in the shading then. If that's the way it's folded. Sorry, it's kind of hard to tell in the image. Take this back down in here a little bit more to square it off, but it is sort of a little bit around mid-thigh. Let me fill this in. Cover that edge up. You could have like a subtle star pattern on here if you wanted to have your stars, and then if it's sort of asymmetrical between the legs, it might just make a little more sense, because a lot of all over patterned leggings or pants or things like that don't tend to be very symmetrical either, but then there's more contrast. Yeah. Would alter the value of the blue dress slightly as well, and the star's going for that pastel look. Yeah, I would say that the color is not very faithful to the original, but if you are trying to go for something more pastel, this might be fine. I do think that the pink currently feels maybe a little bit washed out. You might want to saturate it just a little bit to match the saturation you're using elsewhere. Let me see if I can get a layer, new correction layer, hue saturation. A little more saturation maybe. Is this working? I can't tell that that worked. Did that work? Oh no, it's working. Making it like a little bit darker, perhaps. I feel like the hue might be a little bit weird too. You could go a little bit more lilac maybe, or then I could push the pink in a couple directions maybe. But yeah, we could mess with the color maybe a little bit. To make it a little bit cooler, it feels a little bit more analogous perhaps, which might be nice. Why is it not changing the saturation? I feel like it's really not modifying it. Can you make it like darker? That seems like it's working a little bit better as a color palette. Like the combination of a dress with an undershirt, that is also fun. Move the right hair tail band slightly higher. Hang on, we'll get to some of those other things too. But yeah, pick a more specific necklace. Seeing the way your hair is tied here, your hair is in a braid and then you have a much bigger section that's untied. That's another element that adds character. Also, that is a more specific way of doing your hair than having a braid is. So you could also, if we're trying to be faithful to how you look, you could cut your braid off higher and then place your bow up there and then have a bigger chunk of hair underneath it, because that might make your hair just a little bit more memorable in its shape. So I'm gonna make these a little bit more exaggerated, where it'd be going down into a little hair tie of some sort, and you've got your like ribbon or whatever that's there. But then your hair would be drawn like in like one of these types of shapes where maybe you get like a little bit of like wobble along the bottom edge of it. Maybe you get like a piece or two that sticks out the side of it. But then that's a more specific hair shape than what you had before also with the braid. Adding a little bit of exaggeration, making your hair feel like it is a character design element. I think I had suggested this before, but adding more weight to the braid might help also. Because for as much as your hair might not realistically sit that way, we're kind of taking what you may look like as a person and we're character designing it up. We're making it sort of, we're taking whatever you look like and adding maybe 2 or 10% more exaggeration to it. Make the braid more loose, add the ribbon to intertwine with the hair. That's true, that's another option you could potentially go for. I think your shading in general needs more contrast, even if you're going for something pastel. So like, I didn't realize that this was a piece of hair that is like, going like that, essentially. Making it that close to the head feels kind of restricting. You might want to just pull it off the edge of your head a little bit. And you may benefit from having like another like stroke or two with it, where like maybe it's like this. And then from this side we can see like that, because it's currently forming a tangent along the side of your head, which doesn't make it read very clearly from a distance especially. Your hairline might be a little bit high also on the forehead. You might want to bring it down just a little bit. And then you can always just add a little bit more volume in certain places, where just like a little bit more volume around the part of your hair can help as well with your silhouette. In just like a little way. If you're trying to look like you're very like prim and put together, keeping your hair really tight like this, where there's no looseness to it, may be a good idea. But if you're okay with it feeling like there's a little bit more looseness to your hair, having like 1 or 2 pieces that sort of like break that edge or come down across like that can really help to loosen you up a little bit as well in the design if you want to feel friendlier, not as like maybe like strictly put together. Because you are trying to go for like a kind appearance, which I think you're already getting towards, but what end of kind are you going for? Are you going for somebody who is like kind in a teacherly sense, where you're supposed to look prim and proper and put together and like you have authority? Or are you trying to look kind in a sense that, you know, you're friendly, you're, you know, the fella next door and somebody who you can go to talk about anything, maybe? There's a couple different ways we can interpret that. Add stars to the hair clips to connect them with the leggings. There are already stars on the hair clips, but I think as with several other areas in the design, we just can't see them. They're too low contrast. And again, as I said about your necklace, you may be able to find a more specific star shape that you could use for these elements. I'm not even sure I'm adding enough contrast to them right now. I might need to like push them a little bit more. Their placement is maybe a little bit strange, being that high on your bangs in front of your face. I think most of the time when we see hair clips like this, they're usually serving a function, or they're used for like a decoration in the sense of like, you know, maybe Lolita fashion and things like that. But yours don't feel like they're functioning necessarily either of those ways. If you put them over here and put them a little bit closer together, and then put your little like star icons on them, they might feel a little bit more like they're serving a function, like they're holding your hair back. And they don't have to be super detailed either, because then we can use your bangs to, you know, maybe you've got like a piece that breaks away from the bangs or something. I feel like we just need to loosen you up and make some of these elements feel a little bit more natural. Yeah, there was a star on the necklace, but I had removed it just because I think we need a more specific star. But if you're going to have the stars, yeah, it would be on the necklace probably as well. So there, I think that's helping. I think that this is sort of helping you to feel a little bit more relaxed. The ribbon in the hair is an interesting decision. I feel like the ribbon would make more sense to be woven into the braid than just sort of wrapped around a lock on the side of your head. Like, logistically, I'm not sure how it would stay if it is just wrapped around this piece of hair on the side. So if that's something that you like in the design and would want to keep, I think it might make more sense to just braid it into your hair, because then that will also help provide a little more distinction in your braid. So like if we can see it coming through like a couple of these places from within your hair, and then that will unlock this piece of hair for us to add a little bit more of like natural feeling to as well, because it's kind of a big chunk. And you can have big chunks. We want to have hair that is separated into clear shapes. But, you know, if we like break it up just like a little bit, even into like 2 pieces, or if you have like something where we can see like a piece shooting out past it or something, that will help it to feel a little bit more natural too. There we go, let me just detail that in a little bit better. And then, you know, it would probably come out the bottom down here too. And then maybe it's longer than the hair is. We can see the bottom end of it. And then it sticks out a little bit and adds to your silhouette under your arm a little bit. Ho 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 ho, what about that? Let me redraw those parts of the ribbon. Yeah. Uploaded a possible cool star necklace and live suggestions. Thank you, Nilo. Let me see. Ooh, all-star chain. Interesting. Like each chain link has a star on it. That could be cool. That could be fun. You could do that, perhaps. But I think we're making you look a little bit more natural and relaxed. Hair still looks like it's not braided but wrapped with ribbon hair, but they're usually way thinner than that. I know what you're talking about, and you could do something like that, perhaps too, but if you're attached to making the hair braided, it might just be good to braid it in. Chain links are stars. Oh, you could make the chain link stars, like if the necklace was sort of like constructed like this. I'm gonna do a horrible job trying to freehand this, but like that, essentially. You might have to have a basis down or a sketch underneath it, but that could be fun. I do think, as with several other areas, you just need more contrast. I can't see where your chin is, so something like a shadow might be good to have under your chin. Or, you do have some line art, but it's just very, very, very light. Your line art that you have around the bottom edge of your face could be pushed to be darker for more clarity. I'm just giving you a chin shadow right now, though. There we go. I think that's helping. And like, it doesn't even need to be probably that dark. Like, even just like that. You see how it's pushing your neck back in space and bringing your face forward? Yeah. And then somebody also said before too that it'll feel friendlier if your eyebrows have maybe a little bit more of an arc to them. They're pretty flat, which feels very neutral. But if you arc your eyebrows, that'll feel a bit more friendly and welcoming. And for a lot of anime style designs, having a heavier line on the upper edge of your eye will help us to be able to zero in on your eyes from a distance a little bit more too, because we do lose the outlines on your eyes from a distance when we're looking at your whole body. So even if you're not trying to go for having like really detailed eyelashes, this sort of grounds your eyes on your face a little bit better, right? You could have eyelashes and you could have other details there too, but even just darkening that line a bit helps. I would think maybe you want some indication of a nose probably too, even if it's just like the classic anime like dot too. How much stars are too much stars? For where this design is right now, I think we could add a lot more stars before it turns into too much stars. Right now there's not much of an overall motif going on in the design, and I think we could benefit from that. Never too much stars. Don't know if that's true. I think you could overdo it, but I think this dress is going to be pretty safe from overdoing it. Stars on the sleeve's edge? Sure. What do you mean by that? As in, like, doing something like a pattern that's like this on the sleeve's edge? Or do you mean, like, oops, you could do something where, like, the stars are almost, like, bisected by the edge of the sleeve? Perhaps. I have not picked a very nice color for this. There we go, that's a nicer color. But yeah, you could do something like that. You could have all kinds of ways that we can integrate the stars into the clothing. Yeah, like a pattern, yeah. Found an even cooler necklace that plays with negative space? Sure. Big star patch on the dress might look cool. Perhaps also, yeah. There's a lot of options here, but I do think you would benefit from making the stars a more prominent feature of the design in general. Okay. Hang on, let me start grading, because I don't know if we actually started grading. Because I have gone over a lot of things here. So, to start with, I do think that you're right that your silhouette is missing something right now. And I think that the solution to that will be found through picking a more specific cardigan, maybe bringing those boots in that you showed in that outfit, and making sure that you are being faithful to that dress you have, because that's a great reference that you have that dress and can look at it, but be more faithful to the shape of it, where the waistline is placed, and things like that, perhaps. You can have a grounded and not super exaggerated silhouette, though, if you're just trying to do something that is based in reality a little bit more. For color palette, you are pretty low contrast right now. Not in the pastel sense. More so in a sense where it was making certain elements hard to read, especially around the underside of your neck, where the ribbon around your waist was, the stars that were on your sock, the details in your hair. I think a lot of that needs to be darker, so that way we can read the elements against each other a little bit more. For complexity versus clarity, I think that the elements are reading as perhaps maybe a little bit too general right now still, which is why I was pushing you to find a more specific resource for the cardigan. That photo you have with your boots, those boots are a good specific reference. Focus on those. Think about, if you take note of, how big the buttons are on the dress, having this detail that cuts across, or like the bottom trim where the edge of the fabric has been sewn. Those are good details to bring into the design because it feels like you're missing something right now. And as we were saying with the stars, finding more opportunities to add some of those stars in as another layer to the concept that takes it beyond just you in an everyday outfit would be good. For focal point, let me turn off all of my edits because I wasn't really paying attention for focal point without them. So to me, I think, I'm actually having a hard time. Let me do a couple of close eyes, open them checks. I feel like your cardigan ends up being somewhat focal in this version of the design just because the blue is repeated in your eyes. But then again, your hair is the only really brown element. So I'm not sure necessarily why this is outcompeting your hair. Maybe it's just because it's closer to red. There's more saturation in it maybe than the brown has. But it is distracting me as far as focal point goes. So the way that we may want to solve that is by adding some sort of pink accessory in your hair. I don't know if you are interested in having some sort of maybe like headband or hat or something, but if you have something that you're wearing on your head that's pink, that'll help to frame your face between those pink elements. I'm just gonna give you a headband for now because I don't have the answer, but that feels like it'd fit the rest of the aesthetic of what you're going for right now. Like if you're wearing a headband, maybe it's got some sort of design on it, or maybe there's something else going on with it. Don't know, but that might also help to place your face between the pink elements a little bit better. And some of my edits, I think, are making your face a little bit more focal, just because there's more detail here now with individual locks of hair and stuff. More stars on it. Could put stars on it also. Let me pick a color for the stars. Like maybe they'd be one of like the lighter colors I used on your sleeves. But yeah, you could do that. Oh my gosh, you could have like a star, like, this looks horrible because I'm trying to draw in silhouette, but you could have like a star physically on the headband. And I've seen headbands before where they'll have like elements that are like cut out almost, if that makes sense. Where it's like just like the wire frame of a star or something. And then that's playing with positive and negative space. It'll make the star much clearer. Then that can also stand up off the top of your head maybe a little bit to add something. Make the bows shaped like stars. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Although that might be a little bit challenging. How do you make a bow shaped like a star? Do you mean like... bow? It might start to feel like a flower doing that. Like this might feel a little bit like a star. If you start trying to add too many points to a bow, that might not quite work. It might be too much. But like, I feel like that's a cute and memorable headband maybe. Crossbody star-shaped bag. Oh, that could be good also. You could use like one of the darker colors that you have. And then that's breaking up the symmetry. Whoops, I picked the background color. That would help break up symmetry. If you had something, here's your... star-shaped bag. Or something like that. Yeah, perhaps. There we go. Okay, then so for what I was saying for focal point is that your head is doing some of the right things to be focal, but I think your cardigan is just maybe a little bit distracting from it. And then for concept and motifs, I think that you should lean into the star angle a little bit more. And then also for, you know, wanting to convey that you are kind in personality. What kind of kindness are you aiming for? As I was saying before about, are you a teacher? Are you somebody who's just the friend next door? Like, what type of kindness are we aiming for? Because that will help to determine how, you know, loose and relaxed or prim and proper and stiff the design should be. Based on the picture that you sent of yourself, I don't think you seem like the tight-laced, like, teacher persona. I think something a little bit looser with little bits of hair that stick out a little bit matches more with the way that you are, which might help. But I think we should see a little bit more of that, because this feels friendlier and looser than it had before. Because I think without some of those changes, especially in the hair, you feel a little bit too perfect. It's a little too clean in some places. We gotta give a little more personality in it. But I think I'll put you there. Yeah. Would like to take a picture at some point for reference. For reference of what? Sorry, it's not a better design. Hey, be nice to yourself. There's no one you need to apologize to for that. You're doing totally fine. We just have a lot of suggestions for you. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry about it. If you're saying take a picture to reference at some point, I need to be better about this for the Shroomates. I need to be better about saving these and sticking them somewhere in the server so you guys can have them when we do your skip the line critiques. Like, I think that would be a good move. That would be a helpful move. Yeah. Improvement is improvement. Yeah. I think that you took some steps in the right direction here with this design for sure. I don't know what scale, what rubric we were using to grade you before, but as with everything, sometimes you take steps forward, sometimes you take steps back. I've definitely designed alternate outfits for Squiiji that are worse than my base outfit, or they are not as strong in design as my base outfit or other outfits I've made. And sometimes that just means, well, we go back to the drawing board a little bit, we iterate more on it a little bit, and some iterations I make are maybe not the greatest for things, but you know, you gotta get that out of your system sometimes. You gotta try things out, yeah. E.g., why do you draw stars like that? You can go outer corner to outer corner like a capital A and you'll get straighter lines. I do draw stars that way, but the problem is that my brain is like, you're trying to draw the star in perspective, so you can't do it that way. I'm aware. But now this is a flat star that's not drawn in perspective, and I don't know how to do this kind of star while like properly trying to draw it in perspective. And like, that's just like a particular kind of star that you get from it. It's just because I'm goofy. I know how to draw stars. It's just, for some reason, I'm always trying to freehand them. Draw the A in perspective? I kind of am, but like, stars are just like one of those shapes I don't like drawing if I can avoid it. Like, I can edit it into being in perspective, but like, I'm just trying to be quick and show that there is a star here in some way. You know? But here, let me see. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. This is an above average. 6.5 out of 10? Above average. Last grade was 4 out of 10? Hey, why are you being so hard on yourself then? You got a better grade than you had. It's improving. You're moving in the right direction. That's a thing to be proud of. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think you're moving in the right direction with it. I think the iterating is definitely helping. It helps all of us. So you're moving in the right direction with it. I think this is something where, yeah, you maybe need another iteration or two, but like, most designs are not done overnight or in 1 or 2 or even 3 iterations sometimes. But I'm proud of you for sticking with it. I think that you are definitely in a position where we can see the end. The end is in sight. I think we can see it. But you gotta stick with it. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Star? Also, thank you for skipping the line. Good work in your savings. See, Shroomates are starting to clap. If only I could clap with both hands. My tracking does not want to clap, or does not want to track me clapping at all under any circumstance, which is rather rude and mean of it. And I don't know why it would do that to me. But let me save that. Let's see. Do I get to check anything on my bingo? Perhaps. I guess you technically are kind of cozy aesthetic. Your hair enough contrast. I did add a drop shadow. No off-the-shoulder jacket. Okay. I gotta do my bingo. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you for submitting. I gotta keep us moving. Too fast, probably. Maybe. I also just noticed that it doesn't like to track my hands if I rotate them down like this. Do you see how my one hand fell away? And when I'm clapping, the angle this hand is at, I think they end up occluding each other in some way that it doesn't like. Because you see, I can get it to track both hands. But when they touch, it does not know what to do about it. Man, I want better hand tracking someday. I'd say this counts as cozy for sure. Yeah! Yeah. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Matt Several, did I say thank you for resubscribing with Prime 6 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago? Did I say thank you, or was I too distracted? My memory is not serving me right now, because thank you! If I didn't say it before, I'm sorry! Thank you! Thank you, Mass Emerald. Let me see. Okay, we're on to our first dog crit. It is 4 p.m. There we go. So, I'm gonna take my sippy of beverage that I was supposed to take a little while ago, I think. Perhaps. Ladder. Oh, I forgot a ladder. Whoops. I did describe the elements that would have been impacted by the ladder, though. I think your ladder needed a little more variety, and we were making the edits to account for that, though. Let me drink a little hot chalky, but this is Knives, she/her, at Where's My Knives? She's a sled dog racing queen. I would like to know what I could improve upon with getting my concept recognized. Aha. Well, I can check off the shoulder jacket on my list, and thigh highs. And, well, kind of asymmetrical, but it's mostly asymmetrical in texture. Are we wearing shoes? That actually might be all I get to check off for this one. Perhaps. Very cute. Yeah. Body harness. Yeah, if you have body harness on yours, you can check that off, but I don't have it. Looks like a very on-the-shoulder jacket, just with a giant floppy hood. It could be on the shoulder. I can't tell. Where's the jacket off the shoulder? Am I blind? I was assuming that a lot of VTuber jackets do this thing where they, like, come to here, and then they've got, like, a cold shoulder thing happening, where a lot of them just stop right here. But that may not be the way this works. We just can't see the shoulder. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe this is just a me thing. Pink goes straight up to the collarbone, does it? Oh, I guess the collar does go under the hair up here. I thought the collar was cropping off here. The jacket going behind the chest is a little bit strange also. Okay, if you don't want to give me that one, it's fine. That's fine, I won't take it. You guys are being real strict about what I can and cannot have for bingo. Something tells me somebody may have Gamba'd that I was not going to win bingo today, although Riraku didn't even Gamba, so I don't know what your stake in the race is. This is the real life 2D model? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. This was also, I think, originally this fella's alternate outfit, but I think is now their main outfit. So. Racing Queen! Well, we got checkers. We've got checkers as a repeating motif in the design. I can see that. Also the use of numbers and stickers that almost feel like the way that cars are wrapped when they are in, like, NASCAR or Indy, whatever number that is, 1,000, things like that. I can see elements that relate to the racing clearly enough. You've got your racing stripe down the side of one arm. You've got a just straight up flag attached to the bottom edge here. I see the racing elements. As some people are saying, for sledding, feels a little bit chilly. I get that in VTubing we do often want to be showing some skin for the appeal angle, but I'm not sure that you have counterbalanced the elements that are showing skin with the fluff elements enough to make it feel like you are going to be hanging out somewhere where it's cold, potentially. One of my suggestions for you that may help you to feel like you are staying warmer, or that you are at least somewhere that would be warmer, is having more layers that could be removed, perhaps. So, like, if you're trying to have something that's, like, sort of strappy that you're wearing, you could, instead of wearing the skirt, maybe be wearing, like, something that's almost like, what do you call them? Like snow pants that are tucked into your socks or something? But then you could also just, like, be wearing asymmetrical socks and then have these come up higher to cover your thighs a little bit. So then these feel like thermals that you're wearing to keep you warm. It can be kind of hard to draw a wintry outfit while also showing some skin, because those things are just sort of opposed to each other conceptually. They are kind of opposites. and don't really work all that well together sometimes. The little bit of fluff in the clothing is potentially helping, and I do see there's like a snow motif on the jacket also. I wonder if maybe we had more like sparkly snow elements. If that could be enough to counterbalance also. Bodysuit could work though. Yes, a bodysuit could also work, but I'm trying to find a way to balance skin showing with cold, because I feel like my proclivity towards just saying cover up is not well received in VTubing often, or just in character design in general. I tend to be somebody who designs characters around practicality and around like story roles more so than attractiveness a lot of the time. And the thing with VTubing is that attractiveness tends to be a little bit higher on the checklist than practicality a lot of the time, and that is just a thing that is accepted within VTubing. So somebody layers skin-colored thermal stockings and adding see-through stockings, some designs on them. Partially unzipped bodysuit also gives racing plus snow plus the appeal. Ooh, that's true. Here's one thing. You can show as much cleavage as you want. So, like, if you're wearing a bodysuit that is, zipped up, you could have it, like, unzipped, like, all the way down to here if you wanted to. And maybe there's, like, a, like, collar on it or something where we can tell that it's... Wait, hang on. I have to draw. I'm not be able to draw a zipper in a way that probably looks right, but like you could have like, here's my zipper that's unzipped all the way down here, and then maybe it's not zipped all the way up under here. Attractiveness sells more to average fans than artistic uniqueness. Yeah, unfortunately. At least to me. I'm sure that some VTubers are happy about that being the case, but I would like to wish and hope that that weren't the case. But you could make this be something that's like partially unzipped. This might be wild, but I know that there's like some clothing things that unzip in both directions. They have two zippers. So even if you were wearing something that's like covering a little more midriff in here, maybe it's unzipping from the bottom up as well. This is actually actively a Twitch violation. I found out you can't have things that are implied to be undergarments showing like beyond the edge of your clothing. You can't do that. A lot of VTubers get away with it because you don't show your pelvis on stream, but don't put yourself in a position where that could be an issue. Be careful. Oof, yeah. Be careful, be careful. Be careful. The what can VTubers wear or not debate is reigniting on Twitter right now, as it does frequently. Because people are mad that more popular VTubers or like popular streamers seem to get away with certain things in their designs. But all that means is that they've gotten away with it for the time being. For the time being. Would they rather you imply you aren't wearing underwear? Joking, also kind of silly. Well, you don't have to wear the straps of your underwear that high on your hip. That's going up over the hip bone. You can't do that. That is considered inappropriate by their guidelines. Meanwhile, implying that you're not wearing underwear is also not acceptable. You can't do that either. I'm trying to find some way that I can make it feel like we're implying that this is something that is zipped up and could be unzipped to be worn. Like, as something that would provide some level of heat without removing all of the skin area, perhaps? Don't come up, she loses the appeal. It's so hard to balance, and I am the kind of person where, like, I'm always gonna want to pick the thing that just makes more sense, practically. But, like, is that enough? Does this keep enough of it? How much skin do you have to have for something to qualify as appeal? Where do we draw the line on those things? Because, for me, I am aware of the fact that there are things that are like skin tight and like leather-like in fabric that cover the whole body and are considered to be very high appeal accessories. So maybe that's just a texture thing. If this felt like it was leather, maybe that would imply a similar amount of appeal, even if it's covering more. I feel like so much of that is also in the eye of the beholder, also. Because to me, I also look at this and it would say, this doesn't make sense. Why are you wearing that tucked under and behind your chest? But I guess it could just be along the side of the body, and it might just be the way that clothing's designed for VTubers, but it just feels like it's like tucked under the side, which is like somewhat strange because this is also underneath. I don't know. I'm maybe not the greatest at deciphering things. Live 2D layering. Yeah, but you could just put this layer on top of it, perhaps, right? Like, you could just have, even if we just had a little bit of this gold that went around the edge like that, that would make sense of it as a garment. I like the juxtaposition of the giant fluffy oversized coat and skimpy underclothing, looking at it from a clothing design contrast. That is true. That is fair. Which is why I think part of me was trying to find some other element we could add that made things feel fluffy and large. But maybe this is something where I just have to say, maybe it's fine the way it is. And maybe we don't have to worry about it. An anime thing. Maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe it's fine. Make it more asymmetrical. We could make the design more asymmetrical. The pattern work inside the design is asymmetrical, but the silhouette is symmetrical outside of the hair being pulled to one side. I'm trying to think of what I might do to make it more asymmetrical in that way. If you're aiming for that appeal, and you had a bare shoulder, you could do the VTuber thing and drop one shoulder of the jacket, and then you're showing a little bit more skin without making things feel less focal, or not less focal, without making things feel like you are gonna be cold, maybe. Maybe we also just need to make the fluff that's down here bigger and more exaggerated too, to match the scale of it on the jacket too. Like, maybe this is just like taller in the background. Oh, Lofox has skipped the design queue. Hi, Lofox. Congrats on skipping. Are you prepared to have your design critiqued on stream today? Are you prepared? Congrats. Yeah, we can clap for Lofox, perhaps. Are you a fox? Are you dog-like? Because that'd be really funny if you fit the theme. And we were critiquing your design today. Hi, thank you, hello. Are you prepared? Is your design submitted and ready? Nope, I just heard Joby getting home from work. There we go. I do think exaggerating this is helping a little bit. Yes, already? Oh, actually, there are fox ears. Wait, that's funny. So that means you do fit the theme. Okay, you'll go after we finish knives here then. I'll grab you. Did you submit under the name of Lofox, perhaps? Or did you submit under a different name? I'm looking. Mass appeal and design from a marketing perspective. See, I'm immune to mass appeal in a lot of ways, so I am not always going to be able to be the most helpful when it comes to trying to make designs appealing in a particular way. Did you submit latest design? Yes, under Lofox. Okay, hell yeah, thank you. Fuzzy dice on the boots is such a cute element. They're so little though. I feel like we can make those bigger so we can truly admire them, because that's fun. And I'm gonna guess that these are, like, you know, a reference to racing memorabilia. I feel like that is a car thing, having the fuzzy dice that are on top of your, or wrapped around your, what do you call it, your mirror? Make them bigger so we can see them more from a distance. Because those things often in cars are also not small. They're usually pretty big. Keep hearing that in Hypen song, it's a knife? What in Hypen song is that? I'll admit, I'm not super familiar with Hypen. The only K-pop songs I'm super familiar with are the ones that my little sister listens to. And I think that I don't know if she listens to much in Hypen. Yeah, hang on. Oh, nice subtle asymmetry moment too, with making the dies not have the same number on them also. I support that decision. Transform. Make it a little bigger. Then the dies will also add to your silhouette too a little bit, just a tad, which would be nice. Especially if they're gonna like swing back and forth a little bit with rigging. Hello. Transform that. There we go. Bam. Nice. Yeah. Back in 5 minutes, get some noodles. Enjoy your noodles. That sounds yummy. Okay, there we go. Can I show you the bow I was thinking of for Star? You can stick it in... Oh, wait, that's a good question. If you send it to me, I can look at it, and I can stick it in the Discord server for Star. What do you mean I have to give you a password, Twitter, to see my messages? I'm signed in. I hate Twitter with a burning passion. It drives me insane every day, and I don't like any site even close to as much as I dislike Twitter. I don't like any social media. None of them. They all suck and are evil and terrible, and I don't like them. And I don't want to use any of them, but I have to, and it drives me nuts. If anyone's noticed, I'm like not posting on Twitter anymore, but it's because I don't care. Oh, extra nuts? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna stick this in, from Hoshi in the live suggestions for Star. There we go. Even Tumblr had its vile reblog crisis. Yeah, every single site does something terrible and bad and evil, including Twitch and YouTube, and I don't use any of them anymore. But I have to, because that's how it's part of how I be a VTuber and make my money. So I have to. DeviantArt with AI nonsense. Yeah, every single one of them has betrayed me, and they're just gonna continue betraying me. So, making a couple elements larger. I think that we may need to go a little bit darker with some of the shading around the edges of the sleeves, because from a distance, the sleeves kind of merge into the center region of the jacket a little bit too much. So, maybe not that extreme, but like this. And you could use it as a gradient also. You don't have to do it in a cell shading style. But where it's behind, put it behind. Here it seems like it's in front, so put the shading on like main torso part of the jacket. But then, do you see how from a distance that's making it clear where that edge is? Yeah. At least with Tumblr, people yelled hard enough that they reverted it before some people even had the time to see the rollout. Yeah, I never even saw what that was that people were upset about. I didn't even get to witness it. Granted, I am not spending very much time on social media these days, so that could be related, but I'm glad they at least listened about that. I'm sad that Tumblr is just not what it was once upon a time, but I could say the same about literally list any website. They've all changed in a way that I think is not beneficial, unfortunately. Same as Twitter-style quote reblogs, which is so weird. No! The whole thing that made Tumblr fun was that it wasn't that way. Why? All social media sites are just trying to homogenize, and I'm not here for it. I am not in any way, shape, or form here for it. They should all continue to be unique, and I put the side of my leg to sleep again. But it's like every piece of social media adding stories like Snapchat had. I didn't like that. Like, everybody's now doing vertical format video. Why? Everybody's removing the dislike button. Yeah, no. Yeah, social media has to realize that, like, they're supposed to be unique for the way that they're different, and that's usually what the appeal is. I don't get it. Why did Twitch add stories? I don't know. Do people even use those? TikTok has stories too. I've never once in my life looked at any of those things. Hang on. Anyways, I gotta stop ranting and focus. So, shadows. To make the edge of your sleeves against your body a little bit clearer, perhaps. I think that would be beneficial. But otherwise, as far as clarity goes, I think things are pretty much mostly okay. I made this worse in terms of clarity than it was, but the black against the brown already didn't have many steps of value between them, so you may just want to be careful about that, especially if you're going to extend those up the leg a little bit. You might need to add like a little bit of like an edge highlight or something, like along... Wow, that's darker actually. I lied. How is the main color up there darker than the color down here is? That's interesting. You may just want some shading down here then, just to make it clear where these edges are. Oh, there's not a multiply layer, that's why. But yeah, just make it clear where your leggies and their edges are in that area. Let me start putting things down here. So there was just a couple little clarity elements in the color as far as contrast goes, but they're pretty minimal. For silhouette, your jacket is very big and chunky, which does add something recognizable to your silhouette. Your ponytail adds a little bit of asymmetry. Your boots, the fluff on them adds a little bit as well. But I will say that maybe you would benefit from a little more asymmetry that reaches the outer edge of your silhouette. The little tag here is perhaps helping. Making the fuzzy dice bigger will help also. You've got a somewhat larger hoge, which is probably also helping just a bit. I'm trying to think of what I might suggest for the silhouette also, but I think it just needs a little bit more of something for asymmetrical reasons. You've got asymmetrical patterning, which makes you not feel too stiff. We need a little more of something else. For level of detail, I think you're fine. I think all the details make sense and help to align you with sort of a racing aesthetic. So I'm not really having any issue with, as far as I'm concerned, I think your concept comes across pretty clearly. The only thing that I think maybe is working a little bit strangely is your ear. This ear feels like it's just not handled in perspective. This ear feels like it's very different than the other ear is in its shape. I feel like for you, if you want to have like a floppier dog-like ear, the structure of the ear may need to come across a little, like I'm trying to figure out what I would do. Let me copy this ear. Like maybe you just need the ear to stand up a little bit more first, just because there's something about the way that this is working that was strange to me. It's not as triangular as the other ear was. And I think we might need to just see some level of the ear, you know, sticking up off the top of the goggles a little bit more, and then coming to more of a point to make it more similar to your other ear, because they felt like they were ears of different animals, perhaps, the way that they were. I feel like your goggles could also be exaggerated to be larger, because right now they would barely fit your eyes inside of them, probably. You could make them a little bit larger, which then again would also help to maybe make your head more focal. I love glasses on head or something similar as an element to be used to bring the eyes to the face a little bit more. And we could exaggerate your goggles more, because snow style goggles, especially for like skiing and things like that, are usually really big. They usually are much larger than your eyes are. And this seems like it's barely similar in scale. So we could push that a little bit more, perhaps, too. And then maybe that would help with your ear also. I think the pattern, the mark on your ear is also maybe just a little bit too low contrast for it. You may want a slightly darker pink. You have a darker pink in your jacket that you may want to repeat. There, if you want that heart shape. I think that works a little better. And I haven't made the greatest shape of goggles, but I think you could benefit from making them larger. Man, I don't have any of the things that I've been doing here today on my bingo. I don't think I'm getting bingo today. Wait, I do have body harness on mine. Interesting. Okay. How come a place I don't remember hitting has a bruise, but a place I know I hit several times in a row has not? Hey, give it time. Give it time. Hi, Salma. Good luck with your animating of sheep. You never have to apologize for lurking. I appreciate you being here. I hope your sheep animating, editing is going well, though. What have I not talked about here in this design yet? Focal point. What is the focal point here? Let me do a couple of tests. Because I think it is your head. I think your hair is doing a decent job of framing your face. But let me remove my edits just to see if that changes it. I don't think it will, just because it seems like a lot of the areas of the design don't have super duper high contrast, although I could see the chest being maybe something competing for focus, potentially. But Shroommates, how do you feel? I think it is the face, for the most part. These fluffy elements on the side of the body are sort of pointing me inwards, which is helping a little bit. I think the eyes are nice and big. The hair is dark and framing the face. So I would say the focal point is mostly working for me. Perhaps. Eyes grab my attention. Okay, good to know. I'm not alone in that. And then for concept and motif, I think if you just made the goggles bigger, that would help with reinforcing the snow aesthetic. And then I was just making the fluff down here even bigger, because I think that would help. Also, there may be some more specific styles of snow boots you could reference, where some snow boots will have like different colors of leather on the front, or they'll have like thicker rubber soles on them or something like that. Maybe that would help to get your viewers to recognize the sled angle a little bit more readily. But like, I see the racing angle totally fine for the most part. I do think you need something a little warmer feeling maybe, but you're more or less, I would say, moving in the right direction with that. I'll put you right there maybe. Perhaps. 3:42, got literature homework and school starts at 7:30. Oh my god! You've got to focus on your work. Please be careful. Please take care of yourself. Ah! Have a lovely night. Thank you. I hope the fellow who is struggling with their homework late at night also has as lovely of a night as they can. Oh my gosh. Good luck. What is our— oh wait, I gotta give a bonus point too. So I did put you on the fridge because you did have a memorable design. I thought the pastel pink look was very cute. I was also surprised because at one point in time, every single dog submission we had was pink, which was kind of funny. This is what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? Perhaps? A lot of little edits, not a ton of edits. But good work, Knives. Can we get a round of applause for Knives, please? Are there dog guys today? There are not. I didn't have a single... I've got one she/he/they, but I didn't get a single he/him dog. There's not one single he/him dog that I've downloaded, unfortunately. So hey, lads, get on it. Apparently there's a gap in the market, maybe. Because like, if I think about it, I know there's a couple wolf-themed fellas. I know there's Kane Knight. And I think FSPEN is gonna have a wolf guy in their next generation? Perhaps? But I don't know very many wolf-themed guys. Alpha Anarchy also is a dog. Oh, Merryweather's a dog, but people joke Merryweather's a cat so often, I forgot that he is a dog. Hey, more dog men! Give me more dog men. Specifically, maybe in the indie scene, because I don't qualify Mary as being an indie VTuber. Mary has a company that he made. There we go. Okay, next. Oh wait, not next. Next is Lofox. I lied to you. There's, oh, Basil. Yes, is also a dog. But again, I guess Basil's also technically not indie. Basil's in, or wait, is Basil? No, Basil's not. Basil's just friends with them. Basil's not in Vtuber. Are they? I might be misremembering. Not really indie, but is a dog. Yeah, not that I know of. Oh, okay. I might be misremembering. Lofox. Basil's indie. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna grab your most recent entry, Lofox. Tell me if this is correctly actually... Oh, no, it is definitely the most recent. It was just submitted today. Can be indie and have a talent agency. I mean, be signed to a talent agent. That's true. There's a lot of fellows who are with like Mythic Talent Agency or others that are technically still indie. Let me grab this. There we go. I'll stick you in a darker background and bring your details in here just real quick. Let me change the canvas size on ya. Let me grab the background color. Nope. Please do the fill bucket. That's what I asked you to do. Thanks. There we go. That's better. Text. Don't do it in black, please. I'm begging you. There we go. There we go. Did I spell your name correctly everywhere? I did. Okay. Don't mind my @ symbol while it gets possessed by the devil. I don't know why it does that. It'll come back to us. It always does. That letter and sometimes the letter M for no apparent reason just break in this font, and I don't know why they do that. It's rather strange. Okay, make this smaller a bit. Not bold. That should be good. And wrap text. Takes me a second to set these up. There we go. Oh, maybe I need to make that a little smaller. There might be a lot of text here to fit in. Let's see, is that enough space for the text? Oh, perfect. Wow, perfect. Let me align these, and then I'll move this one up a little bit. And save it. Gotta keep you here. Bam! Okay, now we're good. Now I think we're ready. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that so loud. That might have been scary. Ooh, what was the question? Skip the line. If I redeem for my personal account, can I skip the line for my design for an upcoming account of a different name? Oh yeah, you just gotta tell me what the name is. You just gotta tell me what to look up when we get to your line skip. So, we are doing Low Fox next, who is a skip the line, but is also a fox, and therefore fits the theme today, which is wild. What are the odds? So, Low Fox, she/her at Low Fox. Or Loaf Ox? I might be separating your name improperly, but I'm gonna guess that you are a fox based on your ears also. This is a VTuber model for personal use. Her lore is that she is a... I don't know how to pronounce that a puka? A Celtic trickster spirit that wound up in New Zealand and took the form of the silver fern, one of our native plants. She grew up in the forest before eventually finding her way to a town where she made friends. However, being away from the forest made her sick, so she had to go back. Her friends helped her set up a PC to stay connected with them, and she decided to try streaming as a method of connecting with even more people. I love VTuber lore! I love in-lore reasons for people becoming streamers! It's one of my favorite things to read in all of these. I love it so much. I feel like her design might be missing some stuff, though I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe specific repeating motifs. I do need to take some time to put more love into the shoulder/arm tattoos. They're pretty underdeveloped. Ah, I see. Okay. Interesting. The fern. I feel like we could play up the fern angle a lot more, because I don't know if I would have understood the fern angle without being told. I think we could make the fern angle clearer, perhaps. Oh, Kite Waltz Rider, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we could make the fern angle clearer, because I can see there's like a leaf pattern happening in the dress down here, and I see a little bit of like curling happening in the back of the hair and inside the ears, similar to like a fiddlehead, which is what you call the underdeveloped ferns, which I think is specifically what that silver fern pattern that we often see in things associated with New Zealand refers to, because it's spiral, which has cultural significance. But I don't know if I'm getting it otherwise, because ferns, a lot of the time, have a lot of very little leaflets. Let me look up the silver fern so I can see what that one looks like particularly. Oh, well, they're silver, first of all, potentially. They seem to be green and silver. They have a lot of smaller leaflets. Do we see this? So there's a major frond, and then there's smaller leaflets that have their own even smaller, tinier leaves. Yeah, silver underneath. I feel like that could be an interesting thing to play with. If you had something where you have a fern that is showing us the front side and then at some point reverses so we can see the back side of it. That would play with the concept of being a silver fern probably very nicely. I think that would help you to be more specifically referencing it. Yeah, their hair is a reference to fiddlehead ferns. I did mention that. Where are you? Oh, you're right here. But I feel like without something that is more clearly like a full-grown fern, people may not realize that that's what these are. They may just look at them as being little spirals. They may not get that note. I put in live suggestions the main ref I used. Aha. Yeah. Like, I can see what you're doing with these shapes. I can see that they're in there. But the reason why conceptually, and when we're looking at this image, we go, aha, a fern, is because we have ferns all around it. Without that, these are spirals that could be tentacle-like in nature. They are kind of plant-like, but they're also brown, which is not necessarily a color we always associate with greenery and growth. We tend to associate that with things that are like maybe decaying or older. So the context we're getting here from having the ferns around it is what informs us as to what it is. And I think we need something like that in the design somewhere else. The skirt has a pattern that is sort of similar to it. There's a part of me that is thinking this may be too easy, and this may be something that feels too on the nose. But like, my solution to something like this is often going to be, okay, well, we can add something to the silhouette if we just make this more directly, a fern. where if you add, like, these are the individual little leaflets that are sticking out of it or something. And then when we get to the inside area here, we get, like, that sort of silvery texture on the inside. That might be nice. Or, like, maybe you could see that there's, like, little bits that are underneath something, or maybe these pieces sit on top of the braid or something. But I think just something as simple as that would help me to recognize that this is not just a leaf, because a lot of leaves are banded this way, a lot of green ones. If you have all of these little individual sections that stick off of it that add to the silhouette, that will help to put me into the realm of thought of fern, perhaps. Could make the inside of the skirt silver. Yes, that's what I was going to suggest too, so we're getting there. So something silvery. You can even still give it like a green undertone. Don't make it too dark or too bright either, because then it might be too distracting. But if you could see that there's some lighter color in here, I might need to go even lighter than what I have right now. But then that will play with the fact that the ferns are silver on the other side. If I go like this and, like, you know, make it feel like it's kind of reflective. It doesn't have to be like mirror level reflective. I'm just doing that because it might be an interesting texture. Isn't it that Fae and similar creatures have a silver weakness? It doesn't have to actually physically be silver, just something that's metallic and reflective, or shimmery, maybe. Maybe just like a shimmery material would work better, where if it's rendered in a way that makes it feel maybe more iridescent than it does like metal, because that might feel more akin to something like Fae would have. So like you get like little bits where it's like shinier here, and like change the undertone a little bit, and then like blend them together maybe a little bit. I'm not going to be doing fantastic material rendering right now just because I'm not spending time on it. But just like to establish an idea. Yeah. Fae are allergic to iron. Oh, okay. So not directly silver. But then that also gives your leg a stronger silhouette against your clothing too, which might be interesting. And it's also not taking the focus away from your head too much. The saturated green up here is pretty focal around your face. So I think that would help us to get the material read. I can see you repeating the spirals down here. Don't be afraid to lean into the shape of it a little bit more, because they feel just like a little bit stiff with the way that you've constrained them. I know that they're wrapping around the leg, but they might read more like the lacy top of a sock if you round them out a little bit more around the edges, perhaps. I do think you're right about the way you've handled the tattoos, where they could use to be a little bit more specific maybe. They feel kind of general and loose for what somebody might get as a sleeve tattoo, but you're already aware of that. And I think that what helps sleeves in tattoos to feel like they are well developed is when they are composed of multiple images as opposed to just one. A lot of sleeve tattoos aren't just like one thing. They are 4 different designs you've got at different points in your life because sleeves are expensive. Silver's for many things is meant to be pure, like salt and iron. Oh, okay. Fae are weak to iron and not so much silver. Okay. But it doesn't have to be made of silver. It can be made of something that is silver-y or shiny or slightly reflective. I've made it look kind of gross right now, but spend some time on your material rendering that I don't have time to spend right this second for it. But yeah, the tattoos could maybe used to be a little bit more specific. Your leg is my other question. Is this leg? Is this pants? No, it's not. This is a leg tattoo. This leg tattoo feels more specific than the arms do, which I think is helping. It's moving in the right direction. But if this character is so full of symbolism in the way that they're dressed, it does make me wonder what symbolism the tattoos are using. So we've got a couple more spirals. We've got some interlocking shapes that are almost lightning-like. Do these reference particular things in New Zealand or Irish mythology or folklore or something along those lines? If it doesn't, it may benefit you to reference something in that realm with that tattoo as well as the other tattoos. Because I believe that this, at least, is a specific symbol. Is that a Celtic symbol? It might be. But it might also not be. I think I might be looking at that and seeing the Avatar, The Last Airbender air nomad symbol. So therefore my brain is not managing to place where it is. I may be failing to place it because my more common reference point is something else. It's the arrow from Celtic Tattoos that's meant to be direction and purpose. With the cut, it's been broken. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I see. My other question is, why is your skin tone green? I get that you are maybe like a trickster or a jokester, but it is decreasing the contrast in your face a little bit. Where your legs are seemingly a flesh color, perhaps, unless you're wearing like tights over them, which you might be. Your face is getting a little bit lost in your hair because of the shared undertone. And if we're talking about like a focal point, I'm looking more at the brown side of your hair than I am the green part of your face or the green part of your hair sometimes around your head. Just because there's not a lot of contrast between the side of the head here and the hair behind it and the pigtails, and then also just between the white and the greens of your hair and your skin. Is there a particular reason why? I think the tattoo's the focal point, but since it's cultural, we can keep it. Oh, the leg tattoo? The leg tattoo might be distracting from its level of detail because nothing else is rendered as detailed or in as much detail as the leg is. But I have a feeling that once we get to rendering the tattoo on the arm, it'll become similar and then it'll distribute that detail more throughout, so then it won't be causing an issue with that. Legs are wearing tights just felt kind of like green skin fit better for characterization. Okay, that might be fair. We may just need to do something about the undertone to add more variety, where the hair is like a little bit, like we were to tint the skin tone to be a little bit more warm. Let me just try something just to see if I can add more clarity here. Because I do think that we do need clearer drop shadows behind the bangs against the hair in the background. And I feel so bad to say this, but your skin tone is making me think of the Grinch. Especially with like the lipstick only on the bottom lip. I don't know why the lipstick bottom lip thing is making me think of the Grinch, but I think that might be one of like the main references that I have to fellas with green skin, and like the nose being placed higher up, the mouth being kind of low. And I don't want that for you. Open to changing it? Okay. If you're attached to having green skin, that could be something that's sort of fun and unique, but I do think that we may just need to change the undertone in some way. Let me see if I can layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Like you're gonna feel a little bit unwell regardless of where I put the skin tone in the green area. But like even something like that is providing a little bit more contrast, but you just feel a little bit sickly still, even with the green undertones. Is there like a bluer undertone? If I reduce saturation and make it like brighter, you're gonna feel like ghoulish. I don't know, Oliver skin? For an olive skin tone, that's technically gonna be like in the range here, because even when we see people who have olivine skin tones, me, it's not really that green. If we're like talking about on a color wheel, it's just closer to yellow, which feels cooler than what, or not cooler, feels, I guess technically, yeah, cooler maybe. It feels closer to green than what many skin colors do. Adding lipstick on top too may help. Maybe, because like this feels a little bit more human, but I think we're suffering from saturation a little bit right now, and I think the lipstick color could be changed. Like something in this range might help. But then again, I've also accidentally lightened your skin tone somewhere here in this process. Maybe if I... Hang on, let me remove your lipstick from what's being edited, because it's fine if your lipstick is also being edited. I do think that you should have lipstick on the upper lip. Only lower lip lipstick is not like a stylistic lip choice I think I've seen. So it feels maybe just like a little bit strange as a result. Because often when we look at people, their upper lip is in shadow, so that tends to be darker. So in like lipstick drawing conventions, we tend to draw the upper lip instead of the lower lip a lot of the time, as opposed to the opposite. Not the Roblox woman lips. Hang on, I had to clean them up. But like this feels a little bit more natural. having lipstick on the top as well. And then maybe if you want to bring some of that green back into, like, I could get rid of some of the green or get rid of my mask that's like under the eyes so that your eye bags are back to being a little bit greener. And then I could blur that mask out a little bit in that area. And maybe we just give you like a slightly warmer blush color. Let me see if I can make this work in any way, shape, or form. But I just don't think that the original green undertone necessarily worked very well for you. This is really extreme, bear with me. I just have to see it. I'll turn it down and then change the undertone. I just need to be able to see it. Hang on. Nope. I lied. There we go. I'm not sure this is the right color undertone. But now I can at least see your face against your hair a little bit better, perhaps. Lean into the trickster. I did think of the Grinch when I saw them being silver green could be interesting. Maybe. I think this is an improvement, but I might just go back to just recoloring your skin color because I have a harder time making edits on top a lot of the time when it comes to color. It's easier to just color from scratch. But even if just your face is that way, maybe you're wearing like something over your arms that is providing that green sheen to them, and then maybe your leggings down here have that greenish undertone to them too. So then this becomes a sheer fabric also if you want to keep the green in some areas, but I do think your face at least should maybe be flesh colored. But let me just add a multiply layer behind your hair in here. I lied, I'm not adding it, I guess. Whoops, I am, hang on. There we go. Just so that we can see this edge more clearly. And I would suggest doing the same thing or something similar around your hands too. When I first looked at you, I was not sure what was going on in the center part of your body, just because I'm losing your sleeves into your torso. They're just too similar in value. So I'm just gonna apply just like a general layer of shading on the underside of this, because you do have a decent amount of rendering around the edges of other elements. Your hair just doesn't really have any shading that's providing weight right now, where I think it could benefit from even just like something like that, where we're going to be able to see that it's going behind your body a little bit more. See how that's clarifying the edge of your hair on the side of your face? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I'm like really doing this in a level of detail that is probably not beneficial to me or time, but I know that I probably don't have to render all of this, but like I want to. It's easier to picture whether things are working or not if I thoroughly make the edits, but this is why I always end up only doing like 4 or maybe 5 designs these days, is because I spend so much time editing, but like I want to edit so I can show the proof of concept of it working. Love that? Yeah. I'm glad you do. They skipped the line, you gotta render it. I know, I gotta get the full experience. But yeah, like more contrast there. Similarly, I am not sure if this is true, but it might be. Are you shifting the hue when you're putting shading on things? Because it feels like maybe a little bit. The hue is changing a little bit between the lightest and the darkest colors, but as I'm noticing, this color isn't really all that bright. It's just desaturated. And then this color isn't really that dark. It's just a lot more saturated, and I feel like that is also what's causing trouble with reading things. Let me turn off my edits and do a grayscale test. I'm gonna remove all of your saturation. Whip! Can't have any. Aha! So I think that does clarify what the trouble I'm having is. So do we see how this is very similar in value? Your sleeves are pretty much the same values as the body behind it is. There's a little more contrast in your ears, but do you see how the center parts of your ears become sort of similar midtones all throughout? These things are touching each other and are very similar, as are the line art in them. All the lines inside this part of your hair sort of fade away. I think you need to pay attention to your value scale a little bit more in a lot of these areas. Yeah. Ooh, what was that? Hello? That was weird. It sounded like my metal fell, but like under me? What in the world? It sounded like it was under my desk. That scared me. Mouse is back. Maybe. Did you hear it? It was like weirdly close to me. I don't know what that was. I didn't kick anything. I didn't move. At least until after the sound came through. No? Okay. Strange. It sounded like if you were to think of like a metal wire rack or something fell to the ground. I don't have anything like that under my desk. Maybe it was through the wall? Could have been the neighbors. How weird. Sorry. Anyways. No, I wasn't. Primarily using the same color to multiply over itself. Aha! Okay. So, when you are picking colors for shading especially... Oh, I can't even show you in this room. Hang on. I gotta go to a different room. Bear with me 1 second. Come here. Okay. Now you can see all my layers and what things are maybe called. So, do you see my color wheel up here? When you're doing your shading, say we're picking this color. Here's our flat color. To pick a shading color for it, often we want to make it at least a step darker. I can make this bigger so you can see it a little better perhaps. Bam. Look at that. It's like this. Step darker, step more saturated. So I moved diagonally and then hue shifted as well. So usually for me as a person, I tend to always be shifting whatever gets me closest to blue. So like if I'm up here, I'm shifting that way. If I'm here, I'm shifting this way. You don't have to do it that way. It's like following a U shape, perhaps, yeah. So then I'll take a decent sized jump and then I will use this as my shading color. So let me add another layer. Or maybe I won't add another layer. Can I have another layer to draw on, please? There we go. So then this becomes my shading color for one layer of shade, which granted isn't that different from what you have, but if you have shading that is this color, your line art then, because it seems like you do have line art in here, should be at least another step down, another step over, a step further. So then we get richer colors that feel more earthy, and then they just have a lot more contrast. Like if we replaced the bulk of where this is with this color, and then some of the stuff on the inside of it was this color, this will have much more clarity. And maybe you don't have to go as dark as I did. I tend to be very high contrast in the way that I render things a lot of the time. But if we back out, now I can see those sections of hair from a distance a lot more clearly. And you don't have to outline every single element in that color, but it might help. And then similarly, if you just sort of chunk up some shading in here, where if you have this color in here a little bit more, and then, some of this maybe is under here, or hanging out on the underside of this, as well as where it's wrapping around, and then there's some more shading under here, and in there, and under this element, and along the bottom edge of this. We can kind of divide this hair up into some chunks. Maybe I don't want that line under there. Maybe we just define that with shading. But then that helps provide a little bit more form to the hair too. Maybe that cuts across in there or something. But from a distance, we're reading more dimension in this pigtail also. Let me go back to my other room and fix the way this looks though, because this is huge. There we go. Oop, it super pushed down everything. Oh no, it got weird. Hang on, I gotta fix all my layers. There we go, fixed it. So, pay attention to that for your contrast. Let me also start grading things. So, as I was saying, pay attention to your values a little bit more. We're losing some clarity in the color palette, and I think your skin being green is reading as uncanny as opposed to inhuman right now. Your silhouette. We didn't really talk about your silhouette. That's not you. Hang on. Your silhouette. That's not you. Hang on. There we go. Your silhouette. Your pigtails are doing some nice work for your silhouette, as is the asymmetry of your dress. I think some of the suggestions that I had made with adding... Whoops, hang on. Where is it? There we go. With adding these little bits that stick out off the side will really add to your silhouette a bit more, but having these little curly cues on the edge of your pigtails, having the curlies at the top of your ears, and then your hoge also, all works pretty nicely for adding something memorable to your silhouette. You've got some decent, realistic asymmetry in your design. I think it's fine, but I think you can push it just a little bit more, perhaps. For focal point, your head is pretty focal from all the greens that are around it. That's still not you. I keep going there instead. from all the more saturated greens around it. You've done a good job with your potentially sweeping gradient from the bottom up. Your shoes are darker, your skin down here is darker, your leaf, skirt, or bottom part of your dress is darker, so that way all the bright elements are up here. That is helping a good bit for your focal point, but I think your face will be more focal when it's not a green undertone, perhaps. So you're almost there. I would like to see that change, mayhaps. And then for concept, I think the edits to the skirt are probably going to be necessary to read the fern element, because the hair is doing something interesting and clever, as are all the spiraling elements, but we just need a little more of that, perhaps. Maybe, so I'll put it like there. For level of detail, we haven't really talked about that all that much. I do think that, as you had mentioned, your tattoos need a little bit more specificity. They feel a little bit generic right now. And I do think that, like, the rendering of some of these materials could use to be more detailed, because I'm not sure what the materials are. Part of me thinks that this might be a leather, maybe? But if it is a leather, look at how leather is rendered to make it similar, because right now this is shaded in a style that I think people call pillow shading, where there's just like a slightly dark airbrush around every side of it. All the materials here are handled the same, so it feels like this is made of the same material as this is, which is the same material as this is, which is the same material as your hair is, which is the same material as the leaf is, which is the same material as the inside was before I edited it, which is the same material as your boots are, which is also the same as your socks. So if you add some areas that have rendering that's more specific to material type, that would help. So like leather tends to have a little bit more of like a specular highlight sometimes, depending on how smooth of leather it is. So like if you have like that little bit of specular highlight on leather that it gets, where you get like maybe like a couple little dark bits around the edge too, that might help a little bit. Similarly, you know, if this is meant to be referencing a leaf, maybe some of the shading kind of like wraps around it the way that like it would on leaves, perhaps, where you get like, oh, here's like a little bit underneath here too. And that would work. What I was saying about making the inside of this be iridescent, that might help too. My chat isn't working. What happened? Hello? Are you still there? It's not. It's giving me the loading error on both YouTube and Twitch now. Wahoo! Did my internet go down? I hope that sound I heard was not related. That'd be really cool and exciting if it was. No! What is happening? Oh, I can see you guys in the chat overlay, but I can't see you in my overlay in OBS. That's exciting. Boo. Twitter's down. Really? Twitter's down? I feel like that's been happening more and more recently. Uh-oh. Something's going wrong. I can see you in my overlay still, so I think that means my internet's okay, but peculiar. Interesting. Wahoo. We're here. Okay, that's good. I'll trust and believe that you're here. It's almost like I can still hear their voices. Also, Stream Elements is still connected, so I guess that means we're fine, but how weird. Okay. Oh, I was gonna make another comment about, like, construction. These almost feel like these are ribbons that are holding this together, or like this is something that would be tied to hike the skirt up on this side. And that might be interesting from, like, a construction standpoint, if this is actually being held together by one of these elements, and then you can see, like, through the shading that this is, like, bunched up here. That might be kind of fun, just as, like, a detail to make sense of the edge being raised here, maybe. But those are just a couple little thoughts about details. I do feel like some of the details could use to be a little bit more specific, though, as we were saying with your tattoos. So I'll put you there, I think. But I think that's the grade I would give you here. So what is that? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, right? Perhaps, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, yeah. That's not you. Man, I keep jumping to the dogs. Hang on. There we go. Did you have any particular other questions for me? Because I think that's all I have for you, perhaps, just off the top of my mind. Good work, Lo Fox. And also congrats again for skipping the queue. Congrats on your savings. Can we also get a round of applause, please, for Lo Fox? Dee 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 dee. I'm gonna drink hot chalky. Oh, I didn't put it back on my heater, so now it's probably cold. Twitter's down, so we can't background check. Okay, I did background check everyone we have today, and as long as I didn't misspell their names like I did last week, they should all be here. Salutations. Oh, YouTube's working again. Okay, good. Hydrate, will do. Let me save this. Bam. Oh, thank you for snacks. I will have maybe a handful of fish cracker. Oh, sure, mates, do you ever accidentally, like, brush your teeth too hard in one place and wound your gums in one spot? I brushed my teeth too hard and hurt my gums on one side of my mouth, and now I, like, can't brush that area, and it hurts, and it's driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts, because now the back of my brain is like, you have gingivitis, and I'm like, I don't have gingivitis. I brushed too hard in one spot, and I hurt myself. It's just a little raw, it'll be okay. But my brain is like, there's something wrong, you're dying. Oh, this is my recommendation page. What am I in for? Oh, we're doing VTuber design critiques. I'm not sure if your recommended page is in any way aligned with any of those words, but I'm a character design teacher. Use mouthwash. I have been doing that. It does hurt, but I have been using it. Wow. Close that there. Not a bad idea. Softer bristle brushes now because I kept hurting myself. See, my brush is not that hard in its bristle. I think it was mechanical error on my part. I think that was what had happened. Here we go. Fish cracker? Yeah, here. You want fish cracker? I'll share. I'm holding it. You can have one. Maybe having fish crackers again is what's healing my psyche and allowing me to not have nightmares anymore. Didn't understand the title? Oh. If you only saw the dog girls part, that may be a little confusing. We are critiquing, specifically today, VTuber designs that are dog-based. So that's what the title's about. This is Audrey, who uses she/he/they pronouns and provided me no information about the design. We should also note, Audrey's design has changed since this point in time. Audrey is now wearing a vest, which solves the first thing I would have critiqued about this design, which is that the outfit doesn't feel that specific. The outfit does not feel like it is designed and tailored to this character, and the vest that this person is now wearing, I think, is doing a better job of leaning into that particular angle. I'm a dog tuber. Oh, hi! Welcome in, dog tuber. These fellas are also dog tubers. But yeah, so that would have been my first critique here, just to get it out of the way. But they did already, I think, take that into account with their design, too. So they have modified that so that it's more customized and unique for them. I do think that this design for a shirt is also stronger than the design that is on this top. And I feel like you could just replace it, because this feels a little bit generic in its handling right now. Upside down heart with a couple of stitches and a couple of scratches. You're a dog, maybe that's where the scratches are coming from. But this feels like it is referencing a band, whether it be real or made up, or whether this is also maybe a picture of you. This super like neon style that's kind of minimalistic and also has a name on it feels like a shirt that would make sense to be worn in this genre. So I think that you could and should maybe just have this on the shirt, perhaps. But the layering of the shirt is kind of fun, where we have a sort of looser outer tank top layer, we've got an inner tank top layer that is sort of diagonal and slightly worn, and then there's maybe like a white trim around the bottom edge of that. That's fun. Kind of looks like Tedo, a little bit. A little Tedo-like. Similar to Tedo in the inclusion of red pigtails, but they're not drills, so it might not be. I don't know what JSTR is, but I'm reading it as Jester. And this fella's got a little hat on. So perhaps, I don't know, Miku Tedo Fusion? Maybe. This might be a made-up character, perhaps. I feel like captions above you, never seen another streamer have them. Yeah, I have auditory processing disorders and I'm hard of hearing, so I need them, so I provide them. I like having them here, because they are sometimes variably more or less accurate than whatever YouTuber Twitch are generating from me. Journal of Science and Technologica, I don't think that's what those letters are standing for, but nice try, Rex. So, just interesting things to note looking through the design here. We have a belt that's being worn around the head which is detailed here. There is also claws on the front of the shoes with a paw print underneath, paw prints inside the gloves, which are good ways of leaning into the dog aesthetic a little bit. Collar, which is something that would already be worn in punk styles, makes sense. But I do think we could still maybe lean either further into it or find another motif we could repeat in the design, because otherwise it seems like most elements are sort of one and done. There is a star, there's a circle, there's band-aids, but only in the lower forearm. There are hearts in like one or two places, but I feel like we could pick something more interesting than a star or a heart or an X, because those seem to be like the go-to motifs for a lot of VTuber designs, and I don't know if they necessarily help to make you more recognizable, because they're motifs that are very commonly used. So picking something like, you know, if you pick a particular plant or a flower or a type of food or like there's other textures you could use for elements, where sometimes in punk fabric we get a lot more fur or denim or leather or something like that we can repeat. That might help to make the design feel like it's a little bit more tailored to you and feel a little bit more unique to you. I'm trying to think of what shape I might go for. This is a loon. I believe this is a dragon tattoo with a moon on it. And I wonder if playing up the dragon element here might also help somewhere in the design. Where like you could have like band-aids that are sort of like overlapping and moving in directions. Tartan plaid is popular for punk. That's true. Yeah, put more dragons on things. You could get an overlap between the fact that fishnet can sometimes look like scales, maybe. Can't tell if it's an upside-down heart or a Star Trek communicator in the chest. I see what you mean. I think it's because it's super angular here, but seeing it here makes me think that it probably is a heart, perhaps. Oh, Woof just arrived. Hi. Woof, if that's a greeting. Do you already have a full roster of things to rate? I do for today, but if you would like to toss your design into the pool for another time, you can do so if you'd like. In the form here, if you would like. Fishnets could have a dragon-shaped rip in them. Yeah, perhaps. There's a lot of things we could do. Like, also, if we're not just trapped by dragon, we could just do serpentine things. Snakes are a popular animal in punk scene sometimes. So you could have elements that sort of like wrap around the body in a coiling fashion, maybe. And that could be something interesting for replacing chains with. What if the chains felt like they were snakes or something? That would add an interesting layer, because I do think that this is missing a conceptual layer. You are a dog and you are a punk, and both of those are very like quick surface level reads. But we could make a little bit more depth in here, add some more. Tattoos are often not very related. That's fair, but tattoos usually are related to something that person likes or cares about, I say as somebody who has friends who have tattoos. They relate to something you care about. And if that's the case, it would not be uncommon to see somebody wearing other parts of their clothing that reference a similar idea, you know? And also in character design, that does tend to be one of those things that we kind of throw out sometimes. We tend to lean much harder into tattoos telling us something about the person in character design. Because if I'm being honest, as people, we don't character design ourselves very well. Often. I don't. I am not well character designed. That's the thing I strive to be someday, but we don't have to be as people. We don't have to be recognizable in the same way a character does. Where for a VTuber, it is potentially going to make you more recognizable and unique to tailor the tattoos to your concept, perhaps. Expensive to character design IRL. That's true. It is expensive to character design yourself IRL. Tattoos are also very expensive IRL. So with the freedom to not have to pay for a tattoo in a design, maybe sky's the limit. Anyway, your girl here's a bit of a fashion freak. It's all hoodie and jeans. I will say I'm mostly jeans these days, but I wear layers. I'm not the least fashionable fella out there. I just don't know if I character design myself super well. Anyways, I'm getting distracted here. What I'm saying though is that we do need something maybe more specific. What if you want to keep the heart, what if the heart becomes like the diamond shape of a poisonous snake? And we can see like, you know, you add like little raised elements to it so they become like the snake's eyeball area or something. I feel like that could be an interesting overlap between motifs. Or maybe you get like the tongue or something that sticks out somewhere. Whoops. And it's still a heart, but now it's a more specific heart. Now it's a heart that's also a snake. We're making it unique. We're making it something that is yours. Something that, if other people had, might make us think of you also. Right? Little heart made by a snake or dragon. Yeah, they could also be making a heart shape in like an Ouroboros-esque fashion. I was trying to make this look like a head. I don't know if it's succeeding right now. Like the eye might need to be like here. Also for a snake. Maybe this one would be replaced by a snake around the edge, and I'll make the head still heart-shaped. You could even make it that it's like a skeletal snake. It doesn't have to be like a living snake. What if this is like his skull or something, and we've got like his eye socket and his nose, but then, you know, these are all his bones, perhaps. Skeletons and things like that can often be things associated with the punk aesthetic. Then we're using the bones almost as like the stitching to hold that patch on. Maybe it'd work if this was a little bit bigger then, but there could be interesting things we could bring in. Asian dragons, like their tattoos, do have snake-like tongues. Yeah, perhaps. Or like maybe these could be dragons and these are the bones of a dragon or something, where he's got his little arms somewhere in there. But I just think that some of the elements could be more specifically applied. Been looking on ThreadUp and Goodwill or Karm for cool clothes. Yeah, I've heard that ThreadUp is potentially a good reference for things because Pinterest is so flooded with AI nonsense that ThreadUp is like all actually real garments that are for sale, which might help. And then I've also seen people using like Depop and stuff like that for clothing reference recently too, which might help. So yeah, pick a more specific reference for what these elements are. Then also, maybe look for opportunities to transform elements into something more specific too. If I look at your belt, or your belt buckle specifically, or the chains in your clothing, they are kind of exactly what I'd picture in my head if I were to picture what a belt buckle is, what a belt is, what a chain is. We can make those elements feel like they are more tailored to you. So like, I talk about this with chain a lot, where squared off chain, very common. That's like this style of chain where you get like a link like that and you get a link like this and a link like that. Or people will do the ones that are like this. We see those all the time where, whoops, I'm hiding it. Where all the links are the same size and they just repeat. But what if you have chains that are maybe heart-shaped where they're facing us, and then you have a connector piece, and then you have another heart and a connector piece, and then a heart and a connector piece. Or maybe you have heart, connector piece, circle, connector piece, heart, connector piece, circle, connector piece, things like that. Or like, oh, maybe this one's even smaller, so there's a greater variety of proportions. Or you've got stars in other places. You could have heart, wait, hang on, I'm running out of space. Come over here. Heart, connector piece, little circle, connector piece, star, connector piece, little circle, heart. Oh wait, I need the connector piece. I didn't draw it. Connector piece, heart. Like things like that. That will make the chain feel more specific. You're giving me a star concept. They just had a star already. That was why I added that. But you could use other elements in it. You could put something else in it, depending on what you want to do with your concept. But that will make the chain feel more specific. For your belt buckle, you could do something with it if there's an element in here. I know that a lot of punk-style belts can have interesting buckles on them. Not all of them, but some of them do. And belts also often can be studded too, so we could get a moment of repetition. Your collar is the only element that's studded right now, so if you had those studded spikes on your belt too, that would add to your silhouette around your waist, add a little bit more detail down here too, add some repetition, yeah. And then even sometimes when you have gloves, usually there's like a belt that wraps around this part of the glove to cinch it onto your hand. Maybe that would benefit your glove to make them feel more specific too. Because I feel like their construction right now is a little bit lacking for me. But you could have gloves that have that like belt around them too, and then also get a little bit of like a spike to them, because spike bracelets aren't uncommon either. Maybe only one hand has that, but all of those elements will help to make it feel more specific. I just feel like you could tailor some elements more to yourself. Add some extra difficulty in rigging. What about trinkets dangling off the chains, like charms and stuff? That's one of those classic elements we have on our bingo, which is keychains. People love putting keychains on their design. I feel like for some designs it doesn't make sense, but for a punk style design it might. The chain in this case, in punk designs, I often think of as being wallet chains, because that's what I think of chains being worn, you know, functionally for in punk outfits. But maybe you could have keychains or something if it makes sense. The other things, I'm trying to think of what I would add in this aesthetic, because like this also seems like a little bit hot topic-y of the angle of punk, and I wonder if you could make it less so or more so. You can lean into it or you can lean away from it depending on what you want to do. And as I'm thinking about that, like a lot of punk clothing will have like patterns on the inside or something like that, where like, you know, checkers were popular for a while, but even like polka dots or something else on the inside of the clothing would add some sort of interest to it. I'm trying to think of what I could do that would be referential, being a dog or something else for the inside, but I'm just drawing polka dots to fill the space. Maybe this is where the plaid texture goes or something. Sometimes you'll end up with clothing that has like one panel that's got something different or interesting happening in it in punk style clothing. Hi, Pink Punk Jelly. Pink and punk? Perfect for you. Yeah, paw marks, bones. Yeah, something like that could be a good pattern on the inside. There we go. Sure. But yeah, I think there's more things we could add to this to punkify it a little bit more. The skirt edit is nice. Thanks. I'm just trying to think of what I remember people in this aesthetic wearing, because when I dressed punk, I didn't really dress like this particularly. Texture, pattern, exaggeration. Honestly, you could make the shoes even bigger and stompier, probably. And you could make them more platform, too. That's always a favorite move of mine in punk style designs, is platform shoes. And, like, we could make them wider and thicker and chunkier. This foot's maybe a little bit foreshortened. Hang on. There we go. Stompier, more dangerous. Plates were a thing. Yeah, they definitely were. So this sock I think is torn. This one, I can't tell if it's torn or not. It might not be. But if it's not torn, pay attention to your angles when you're drawing, because we're probably above the knee and eye level, so this would arc downwards as opposed to upwards from down there. But if it was torn, you might just need to give it more fringe on the edge of it, perhaps. You also only kind of have the fishnet in one spot, and a lot of times repeating things does help to make them feel like they're more engaged with the design. So like you've got this underneath layer here, which may benefit from also being this sort of semi-opaque fishnet fabric you have on the leg down there, just for consistency. Holes in stocking too for more punk. Yeah, maybe. Like this kind of hole, maybe, where then you get like all the little like strings that go across it and then like dangle down a little bit. That feels kind of punk. The way these tears are, don't feel like we're looking through the shirt to another layer, and I wonder if that might also help to make this set shirt feel like it's a little bit more specific. So like if we could see that there's shirt underneath here, maybe has a gray trim but is pink on the inside, so then we're seeing that underneath layer through it. That might help. And then if we can see like, here's where the fabric was torn and the excess fabric is sitting like there in those places, maybe. If you go to your Pinterest settings, under Refine Recommendations, can turn off the Gen AI things. Yeah, I do have that set, but like it still doesn't filter all of it out. It filters a good deal. Gripper on Jinko jeans, a lot of acid wash and damaged clothes. Yeah. That's also what I was familiar with. Like, I was a big fan of the pants that were one pattern on one leg. Like the pants that were like, oh, my one leg is black, my other leg is red, or the one leg is checkered or something. I always thought those were so fun, but I never wore them. But like things like that would be fun for this, also for silhouette. But like the super duper mini skirt with like shorts underneath is also something people definitely wore too. So like I don't want to remove that from the design here, but like maybe these need to be a little bit bigger. and a little more jagged, so they feel more dangerous, perhaps. But yeah, I think I've made a variety of suggestions to this, because I think what this design needs is just a little bit more uniqueness in the details, perhaps. But other than that, clarity, I don't really have any trouble reading the edges of elements against each other. I can kind of make sense of what all is happening. If this is unrendered, but the actual model has rendering, of course, so the hair is not sort of blending together the way it is now. So it is okay. Color palette wise, I think it's mostly fine. Surprisingly, the gold eyes aren't bugging me here as much as they often do in designs. Often, gold as an eye color doesn't really serve you, because gold is a similar color undertone to your skin usually, and it's also similar in value to skin, especially when you are pale. Here it has enough contrast that it isn't bothering me, but I will say that the design could be stronger if we picked an eye color other than gold, especially a color that we don't have in the design elsewhere. So like we saw previously, blue eyes are a popular pick for pink hair because blue tends to go nicely with pink. But we can just slide through some options just to see what else there is. Green could be nice, a teal could be nice, purple could be nice if you want to do something that's sort of, whatchamacallit, I almost said anatomical. Analogous in your color palette. But let me, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Slide through a little bit, like something electric green like this. Do you see how that would grab our attention a little bit more? Hit okay so I can deselect. But like that's grabbing our attention and bringing it to your face a little bit more. You could push it into darker greens, blues, although I feel like that's a very different vibe. I feel like the really bright green might be a comparable vibe in a way that would benefit the design. Pink might feel a little too evil, as would red and orange maybe, but like even the more orange undertones I feel like still pop a little bit more from a distance than the gold did. But just like the green is so much more piercing, right? Thanks to you, Squiiji, I've been using color palettes a lot more now. Let's go! Color palettes! Yeah! Well, I am evil. Fair. Gold might go with the scuff marks on the cheeks and nose. That might be where they pop. Perhaps. I do think the blush was helping a little bit, but green eyes really stand out a lot more on the face. And that adds like a nice contrasting color. We're adding a complement because pink is essentially just light red and green is a complement to red. So that might just be a nice little pop, because I do feel like a lot of the time designs that are so mostly one color with the black, white, and metal needs something, because this is black, white, a color, and metal. This was black, just a little bit of white, and gold. Dogs can have green eyes, that's true. Yeah, so having one color to break out of being monochromatic, which, I mean, it's not fully monochromatic, there's gold, but to step us up a little bit more in our interest does help. But at the very least, the clothing does have a color undertone. Like, there's a red undertone, there's a purple undertone, there's a little bit of a, like, bluer undertone in certain areas. So that is helping with clarity and adding some interest. But I do think that green eyes would be really good for you. What about heterochromia? I'm always, I don't always want to suggest adding that to designs, because it's one of those things that people are weird about in character design. Just because it's something that is considered a cliche in character design, it's not a very common thing in life. Yeah, where people think of it as being overdone. So I always caution people to be careful with using it. If you are a particular animal that commonly has heterochromia, which we do see that in certain breeds of dogs specifically, where they'll have like a dark eye and a blue eye, then that might be fine. That might make sense for your concept. But sometimes it just feels, people will say that you're making your design feel like in Mary Sue by adding that, which I don't necessarily like that or agree with that, but that will change the way people are looking at you. And granted, as VTubers, we are all the main character. We're all trying to be the main character. We're the main character of our stream. It's fine. But if you want to add it, you can. If you don't want to add it, you don't have to. But usually if I'm making suggestions to people, I don't suggest to add it unless it is something that is conceptually aligned otherwise. Most don't know how to make it starkly colored. Guy in my grade school with a brown eye and a blue eye. That's cool. What the heck? I've met somebody who has partial heterochromia, because that is more common, where they have an eye that is incompletely blue and is partially blue and green. That's a little bit more common, I think. But it's just one of those things where if it makes sense, add it. If it doesn't make sense, maybe add it if you really like it as a concept, but I'm not going to recommend it unless it's like, well, you're a particular breed of dog that has that or something. Granted, that should be a critique I was making to other designs we're looking at today. What breed of dog are you? That's something that is really helpful in designing. What breed of dog are you? You're pink. Sure, you're a dog, but what kind of dog are you? Because if you bring the traits of that particular breed in, that can help you to feel more specific as well. So that's just like a thought to have for you. But yeah, color palette. Give me something green. We need another color, perhaps. Oh, Vimshi, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Color palette. It's fine. We need to pop some other color, though. Your black, white, a color, metal, which is just not the most interesting palette. It works. There's not a problem with it, but it's not as interesting as it could be. For your silhouette, the skirt is kind of nice. The spikes would definitely help a little more, as would exaggerating the shoe size. But I do fear that you have a very similar silhouette to a lot of other VTubers, with a partially off-the-shoulder jacket, a short skirt, thigh-high socks, long hair that goes past your shoulders. The ears and the ahoge might help a little bit, as would adding some spikes, but I still think that there might be something else that might be necessary to add to your silhouette. Your vest that you have in your actual design, I think, is helping. If your collar in your vest is standing up enough that it's adding to your silhouette, I would say that that would be a good move also. But I think you just need to do a little bit more as far as silhouette goes to make you unique. It's got some natural asymmetry to it. It's fine. But we could make it more unique, perhaps. I'm doing a mutt concept to be cool. Yeah, you just gotta lean into it. Yeah, pink poodle, very different from pink Pomeranian. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. For complexity versus clarity, I think the details are maybe a little bit on the generic end right now, unfortunately, which is why I was saying things about changing the buckle shapes to be more specific, or the chain, or things like that. For focal point, I do think your head is the focal point because that's where most of the pink is. If you make your eyes green, it'll really be the focal point. It'll really pop out to us. But I think you were mostly on the right track with that. And then for concept and motif, lean more into the punk aesthetic. Lean more into it. Give me the patterns and the textures we associate with it. More spikes, more repetition of the motifs you do have. And I would say adding another layer would be good. What kind of dog are you? Do we want to go for hearts? What if we made the hearts also a heart that is kind of a dragon or a snake as well, or skulls or something? Another motif might be good. We could use a Pinterest, a lot of punk style there. That's true. But I think we can definitely push the concept a bit more here in the design. However, I did think you were particularly memorable. And I was still giggling to myself about how many of the dogs we had for critique were pink, because I think it's most of them. But thank you for submitting. Let me see. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. Sounds about right to me. Can we get a round of applause for Audrey, or Audrey, please? I almost said Aubrey. Audrey, please. Oh, I can clap now? My hand tracking works? Wow, what is this? I'm not clapping very well. You can tell I'm still holding a handful of fish crackers. I've been holding these fish crackers for the entirety of this crit because there's something wrong with me, fundamentally. Let me save this one. I made the shoes bigger. I definitely said bear with me at some point. There are band-aids in this design. There was no concept explanation here, so that doesn't count. Not fully a monochromatic color palette in any of the designs we've seen yet. We did have a visible concept for someone before. Just more hair and skin colors did happen. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna get bingo here. We'll see. But I might not. I'm gonna close this one for now. Oh, I forgot this was even the one that was next. I was thinking of the next one because we kept accidentally seeing it. Ugh. This one was off the shoulder jacket. Yes, the last one before this one was off the shoulder jacket on one side. I did check that box. I don't think I'm gonna get bingo today. Probably not. Not likely. Let me eat a snack. So what's going on here is that I went and found this person and they had mentioned, I think, that the ref was incomplete. And this is the completed reference that I went and found. So this was what they had submitted. This was, I think, the final version of the design with the jacket on and off. So I just wanted to show both versions here. So this is Bored, she/her, at a dumb fox. A fox girl that likes to explore despite being a bit clumsy, with comfy vibes. The image is me sketching over my current design to take it more down the route I would like to go. Oh wait, actually, I wonder if this is the opposite. I wonder if this is the current design and this is the updated design. I actually don't know now. Unclear. That actually might be what it is. It might be that this was the original design and this is their sketch over. So maybe we'll stick on this one. I feel like I'm lacking focal points / anything that's really eye-catching. Just any pointers on what I can do is appreciated. Got you. I'm gonna eat my snack real quick that I've been holding for several minutes. And then we'll do some critiques. Showmates, if you'd like to process in your brain some thoughts about this design, go for it. And you can watch me chew while I do. Hi, Nilo. You're awake. Hello. How is your afternoon squeegee nap? It's like a Mission Impossible spy, I guess. Maybe a little bit. Oh, you can't see if I'm doing this. Hang on, if I chew over here and then put the design over here, we can share. Oh, but now I'm chewing right into the mic, and I don't want you to hear me chewing. Wait, I'll go over here. I'll put the design over here. Chewing nice and far away from the mic now. Everyone wins. Not really afternoon, more like 10:30 p.m. Oh, well, so maybe it's just Snork Mimi's time then. Twitter's down, can't check. I was on their Twitter literally, I think 15 minutes before stream started. They still exist. They're around. They're VTubing. I can confirm. I mean, which one is newer? I couldn't actually find, because I looked. I couldn't find this design on their Twitter, which maybe does mean that this is their paint over of this design. With their edits to it, perhaps. That would be my assumption. At least. I think. So. I'm gonna drink hot chocolate. I like pretending like I'm gonna start and then remembering that I was gonna do something else before I start and then not starting. Again, I think this should have just been called Fox Critiques, because I think only one of the designs we looked at today was not a fox. A lot of foxes in VTubing. Changed the eyebrows. Did they? Oh yeah, they're a little more triangular than they may have been before. Oh, I like the fact that my hot chocolate cup is really hot, the hot chalky, and it is not. Okay, so. A girl that likes to explore despite being a bit clumsy, with comfy vibes, lacking a focal point or things that are eye-catching. Okay. So, things that I do want to point out. I think the hair design is nice and specific right now. I think that you would benefit from having your braids that are behind your ears a little bit longer, maybe, so they can sit on top of your jacket. So, like, it seems like you have this sort of, like, left and right thing happening with it. Lengthen your braids a little bit. Or at least one of them, so that way it sits in front. Because I will say that from a distance, I couldn't really tell what was going on in this area, maybe? Ooh, that brush is really big. What is happening here? Can I have something that's not so big? Thanks. There we go. I'm just gonna re-outline it really quick. I found a hack for drawing braids, which is if you go like this, it makes it much easier to draw them, and it works really nicely. So I'm gonna do that. And then when you get to the bottom here, maybe you use one of your darker colors that you have somewhere else already for the bottom that is like the hair tie, and then you've got your hair down here. Style it similar to how your hair is on the top of your head, where it's sort of like fluffy and round a little bit. You can have your little white streak that's in it. But I think bringing that down in front of your clothing will help to make it clearer what that is, because I'm gonna be honest with you, from a distance, I thought these were earrings from a distance. And on the one ear, it almost looked like you were wearing an earring that might have been like a sideways dream catcher or something. I wasn't quite sure. But if we bring it down in front of you, especially if we make it feel like it's like cascading over the clothing, which is something I have not done. But if you do that, that will help to, you know, ground it with the rest of the design a little bit. It'll also help to clarify what it is a little bit better. You're also wearing a ponytail, and I think we could make it clearer that you're wearing a ponytail if we make it trend towards One Direction. The band. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. You flip your hair, you get overwhelmed. Smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. Sorry. I don't know where that came from, but I've seen recently some VTuber designs where they have a ponytail, but they just really lean into it, sticking to like one side of their head. That seems to help make it clearer that you're wearing, or that you have a ponytail on, because a lot of the time, the ponytail stays completely behind your head, and if there's not enough contrast between the front of your hair and the back of your hair, we can't tell that that's going on. Let me just sort of fill this in just a little bit. But then that adds a little bit more asymmetry to your design as well. And maybe you've got little like breaks in it somewhere where like, oh, like this is like a piece where, you know, there's a gap in it. Maybe there's a gap in it there or something. I went for making it really like fluffy and wide, just because I feel like that makes sense with the hair texture you have for your bangs and your ears being fluffier. But that's gonna read a little bit more clearly as a ponytail perhaps from the front, and it'll add some asymmetrical interest when you're drawing it. Similarly, when you get to the actual model, just make sure that there's like a darker color being used for that area also, so we can tell where the edge of your head is, and also we can tell where the edge of your bangs are. So like if we would have like all this in here, some in here also, because your ears are kind of getting lost a little bit right now, that might also just help to add some clarity. And push it back in space. I'm gonna blur it out just because. Just because. There we go. Depth! EG uses the no submission? Is there an update to the design since your last submission? What do you do? Oh yeah. Yeah. I just use the newest one I can find. Sometimes I don't find them if you spell your name funny or if you enter under a different name. But if you're here, you're welcome to go, EG, wrong one! And let me know. But yeah, hair off to one side might help. That also allows this braid to have some negative space next to it, which adds to your silhouette, which could be beneficial. Yeah. Similarly, I do think that the ears are nice, having dark tips on them. It makes me wonder if your hair might have better contrast with your face if you had some darker tips on your hair as well. Like maybe just like a little bit where it frames your face, perhaps? Because your hair, while I'm not really losing it against your skin color, because the color undertone is very different, your skin has a much warmer undertone, this is a cooler undertone, that would just add a little bit more contrast, which might be nice. It adds more detail around your face too, which will help your eyes to pop a little bit more. And then, you know, maybe you could have it in the back of your hair as well, but you don't necessarily have to. Maybe it's only on the part of your hair that's like long enough that we don't really see it in the back here, but like, or like maybe it's on these parts so that way there's more clarity, so this is even darker back here or something. But it could just be something that's interesting to add, especially if you are referencing a particular breed of dog, because I'm gonna guess that the color patterning here with a sort of mid-tone, a bright tone, and then a dark tone vary at the tip. I'm gonna guess this is coming from a specific breed of dog. Yeah, dark tail tip. I didn't see anywhere. Oh wait, you're a fox, that's what you are. You're a fox, that's why that's there. Sorry. I keep forgetting we're doing dog critiques. Foxes are not actually dogs, but they're close enough kind of in design, but I guess that is why that's there. But similarly, adding those darker tips, I guess may also push you in that direction. Very Lycan rock. Is Lycanroc also based partially on fox? That's a Pokemon, right? Or is Lycanroc a wolf? I can't remember, but it could just be both. It could be that it's drawing inspiration from both. So, hair. That feels a little bit more specific with these couple of edits. A little more clarity as well. You are a fox girl that likes to explore despite being a bit clumsy. So you've got your 2 band-aids on. That's sort of our shorthand for clumsy. Shorthand is, you know, the idea that we can pick like one item to be the bare minimum of what's included in a design to convey a concept. For a pirate, the shorthand is probably like a hook hand or a pirate hat or something. So the band-aids, I guess, would convey that, but they're only in your lower body. What if, you know, you're an explorer and you're clumsy? What if you have some leaves or something that are sort of stuck in your hair, or like a twig or something? Like, here's your little leaf. This is then something that adds to your silhouette as well. But then that's like a less on the nose way of conveying to us that you're clumsy. The band-aids, I feel like, are something that ends up being like a cop-out for conveying clumsiness. For as cute as they can be sometimes, I feel like they're a little bit overused, and we don't really get all that much mileage out of them. They also, yeah, add a pop of color to this design in an area that makes them distracting, because we don't see that really anywhere else in the design, those particular colors. It's making me look at your knees before looking at your face. So you could, if you want to keep the band-aids, you could make them a more neutral color, because a lot of band-aids are a more neutral color. You could also vary the style of band-aid. This is something that I've recently been critiquing in my private critiques, is that everybody goes for the default band-aid shape. What if you go for like, oh, you know, we're out in the wilderness and we're underprepared, I'm using a finger band-aid on my knee. Or, you know, if you've got a really big injury, sometimes you use the ones that are like the really big, like square ones that have like that like lifted area in the center where you can see that there's like the padding under it, essentially. You know? And then those are more specific band-aid shapes where it looks like you're trying to cover something up. If you've been injured, maybe we can see that you were not prepared properly, and we can see that like you're not able to cover the whole injury, as is often the case when you like skin your knee as a person. Like a bandana or duct tape. Say to a square, the patch one is used usually. Yeah. So like more specific band-aids would potentially help. Also, if they're brown, that would just work with your color palette a little bit better, perhaps. I like the fox ears. Perhaps move some of the piercings on the human ears up there. Yeah! Here's a question. How do we all feel about 4 ears? We don't see this very often in VTuber designs. I feel like we see it much more often in gacha game character designs. And we've got the 2 ends of the spectrum. Uma Musume, who is really hardcore about they do not have human ears. And then there's Arcanites, which is every single person has 4 ears. Every single one of them. 4 ears. They all get 4 ears. Creeps me out, indifferent, yeah. I'm indifferent to it at this point, but it used to bug me a lot more than it does now. I've kind of just gotten used to it. But I'm not saying you have to take or leave them. Doesn't matter. But, you know, if you're a little bit rough and tumble, if you're a little bit clumsy, maybe you've got those like ear little cutout bits or something. We could put your earrings up here as well. I think your earrings could use to be more specific in their design, because right now it's a star, it's a bar, it's a typical hoop. If you're enjoying doing things in the outdoors, what elements could we reference from that? Like maybe shapes that are like crystals for exploring. I don't want to give you a rock. If you had like some sort of like earring, like they have ones that sort of like wind in and out of your ear and sort of coil around it. Maybe that'll feel like a vine or something. Hoop snakes. Wow, we got snakes on the brain today, huh? But yeah, you could go for snakes or something. One of my favorite VTubers has 4 ears, but none of them are human ears. What? Oh, is it Dia? Dia, I think, has 4 ears, right? Dia Riku? Riku? Am I saying her name right? I think she has 4 ears. Doesn't she? Or does she have 6? She has an unusual number of ears, I think. I know Korone has 4 ears. Korone is, I have a friend who, she is their favorite, I think. Compass earring would be interesting. Oh, that could be interesting, maybe. Oh, Picto Shaman. Does Picto Shaman have 4 ears? I don't remember that. One of the bar earrings, but diagonally. Maybe. Fox/dog VTuber? Yeah, this is a fox VTuber. She does? Okay, I don't know if I realized that when I looked at her before. Oh, you could go for one of these things, like spanning the tear in the ear. That could be interesting. Like a bar through it. Doesn't really add to silhouette very much, but it could be interesting. But yeah. Carabiner! Oh my god, wait! Carabiner earring. That is actually incredible. Hang on. How do carabiners work? They're kind of like this, right? And then... That's actually incredible. Hang on. They come to like here or something, and then they switch materials to being like a lighter material, right? Where they've got their little like claspy thing, and then like it goes like this, right? Where they kind of like interlock. That is inspired. That's fantastic. Thank you. I might make that even bigger. Is this on a layer where I can edit it? It is. But that would be very fun, and would also align with what we want to understand about this character. It might be better if I were to swap this to the other ear, but I'm not doing that right now. Just as an idea, carabiner earring. Perhaps. Yeah! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. What would that carabiner have hanging? Oh my god, you could hang something from it. You could have, like, another keychain on it. Where, like, you've got your, like, Swiss Army knife, or just, like, my carabiner just has, like, charms on it. So you could just have, like, honestly, whatever you want. Maybe there's, like, a leaf-shaped charm or something on it. For funsies. But yeah, whatever you want. Hang things from it! Yeah! Okay, so that makes sense. Next, for being an explorer, it seems like you've gone for more of the functional route as far as clothing goes for being an explorer, at least in your jacket. I'm gonna go look at like LL Bean and like North Face jackets really quickly to see if I can find a reference for a jacket that could help to make this feel more specific. Because it does feel like it's just kind of loosely handled right now. Which, granted, it might just be that it's a sketch. But a lot of those jackets... Oh! Yeah, wait, hang on. A lot of those jackets have internal collars, which you already have. With the hood on the outside. But they usually have multiple, like, materials on them. So, like, a lot of them will have, like, a different material around where the pull is, just so that it's reinforced. A lot of them have those pulls like down here as well, so you can keep the elements out. So you could add the little thingies again. I think these are like the little like horizontal spring clip thingamabobs, which have a name, definitely. They're a fastener of some sort. But then you could have like one of those that sort of like loops down here, because that's what it seems like a lot of these jackets have. And then you've got your little like thingamabob that's cinched it up so that way we're keeping the elements out of the bottom end of that. No idea what those things are called. Yeah, carabiner, but what do you call these thingies? They're the clips that are like, they're like this, and there's a little center part, and you press this in, and there's an opening here, and the cord goes through, and you cinch it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Those things. Parachute clips? Is that what they're called? I guess I could see that. But having some of those could potentially be nice for, adding just like a little bit more to your silhouette on the side. A lot of these jackets also tend to have like a strap around the wrist that is used for tightening it to keep the elements out also. So like this wrist is cinched, but they also seem to like extend past the edge just a little bit. And this sleeve shape might just be a little bit more interesting if you can see it cinching in and being held by one of those little like Velcro strap things. Ooh, a lot of the collars have a Velcro strap on it as well, where like, you get this little piece that sort of like ends up like hanging across the body a little bit in a diagonal-ish way with maybe like buttons or Velcro or something. It seems like this may be slightly like of that like puffy thermal fabric type. That might help, but like all of these little elements will come together to help this jacket feel more fleshed out. Yeah. Find a lot of small details and designs quite charming, somehow with this busyness giving messy and saturated personality vibe. Yeah, I'll say, I don't think this feels too busy yet, but like adding all these little specifics does a lot for making the jacket feel realistic and making it feel like it makes sense. Because I think it does need to be designed up a bit right now. It's also got this transparent panel in the sleeve, which is a little bit weird to me. If you want to have something that's like a transparent detail, if we're trying to go for something a little bit futuristic feeling, I've seen jackets that have like almost a, what is the word I'm looking for? Like poncho style transparent piece of fabric. Oh, you can't even see it. Hang on. Or not fabric. Like it's a transparent poncho element that's worn on the body, like up here, essentially. Which then could go under these elements and, like, you know, it's got this, like, you have to render that. But then that might feel like it's makes a little bit more sense, because I don't know why you would have a cutout like that in the sleeve of something. Like a film? No, it's like they just add this, like, funny extra layer on them. I think some of them don't actually go over the top of the shoulder, but we can be a little bit fantasy inspired, or just design something that's a little bit more fun if we want to add something like that. But I just don't know if it made sense where it was in the design before. Where here, it feels like it may serve a purpose. We tend to think of those transparent fabrics as being waterproof, to sheet water off of. So, like, that might be fun if we want to add those transparent panels somewhere. Otherwise, you may just need to repeat it a little bit more throughout the design. I find people that like to explore, their clothing has specific functions, so definitely add some good detail. Yeah! Where are you exploring would be a good question. Are you hiking? Are you... I guess you're probably not in the desert. I'm gonna guess you're in the woods from the green colors and the boots. But where are you going? I thought it was an arm pocket. Fair. It did take me a second to realize that was the arm we were seeing through it, too. So I do think we need to do just something else, maybe, with those elements. If we're gonna be practical and try and keep you safe from ticks, you could have a knee-high sock on one leg, which would be another, like, fun little simple asymmetry thing that makes sense for keeping you safe. Oh my gosh, a dog or a fox VTuber who has trouble with ticks would be so funny, because that is such a realistic thing. If you've ever had an animal that spends any amount of time outdoors, you know what it's like. They're always getting into that nonsense. But higher socks generally help you to keep the ticks off of your body a little bit better. So, like, that would be another functional addition to the design. I feel like we might want to see the shorts below the bottom edge of this just a little bit. Just so we get a little more variety in the bottom edge of elements. But you could go for an even baggier and more exaggerated jacket if you wanted to. And I feel like that could still be beneficial as well. Emergency stick in the sock. Oh, because you are. I mean, they're not a dog, they're a fox. I don't know if foxes are known for chasing sticks, but that would be really cute for a dog, having an emergency stick. That would be very cute. Oh, trail mix dog treats and kibble. Yeah, having something like that could be cute. For this type of design, I wonder if, like, a fanny pack might make sense also. Where if you're looking for something diagonal, if you don't want to go for my funny little poncho thing I gave you, if you want to have a transparent element, maybe you could have a fully transparent fanny pack that's being worn, like, diagonally across the body, and we could see what's inside of it. If you're traveling, you could have, like, a walkie-talkie or something for communicating with others. Maybe you should have, like, a walking stick, maybe, as, like, an accessory, perhaps. But yeah, there could be a lot of options of accessories that would make sense for this. Let me find, like, brown. Let's see. So, like, you could have, like, oh, here's the fanny pack coming across. What are fanny packs shaped like? They're kind of like that, right? I guess. And then, like, this is here, and you could have some sort of, like, pin or something on this, or, like, you could have other elements that are like, oh, you've got another carabiner on here holding something, got your knife, your survival knife strapped to you or something, transparent panel on here so that way we can see, like, there's, like, something in here or something. You got, like, a zipper, and, like, a zipper pull. Here's the zipper on the top, here's, like, the zipper pull or something, whatever have you. But then that's adding some movement across the design. Yeah. Emergency bone. Bone marrow is good for emergency nutrition. Also bone. Perhaps. Could go for that also. I am also a big fan of the knee armor that's being worn. This seems practical for if you're going to take a knee where you're hanging out in the outdoors. And I wonder if there could be somewhere we could not replicate. We could reuse something that feels armored? I'm not sure. You've got your name also on a belt down here, Dumb Fox. I wonder if it might be beneficial to have somewhere else where we have, like, a dark band like this, where I've seen some jackets will have, like, something like around the arm or something else like that. Oh, hello. Oh my gosh, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What the heck? Tadashi Capped, thank you. Hey, Shoemates, can we rotate, please? That was very kind of you. I appreciate it. That was very kind. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What? 5 more? Thank you. What's going on? Tadashi, thank you. That's very kind of you. My God, you started and leveled up the hype train all yourself. Oh my gosh, thank you. Rotate some more, Shroommates. Level 3 complete. What the heck? Oh wait, I can rotate. Bam! Look at me. A little bit of rotation for him. Thank you. That was very kind. Thumbs up. I can do my best to thumbs up for you. Wait, hang on. Hang on, I got this. Hang on, I got this. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good way of rotating too. You can rotate my head around a little bit for him. Thank you. I appreciate it. Whoa. Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Flame It Vert also. We finished level 4 also. Or did we? Or did we hit level 4? I can't tell what it's telling me. It's saying many things. Oh, I'm not facing forward. What happened? Come back. Come back, EG. No. That's not it. That's not it. Hang on. Nope. Over here. You got this, EG. Shorten your hair again. Bam. 5 now? Oh, well, thank you. Hey, rotate for Selma also. I don't know if we did rotate for Selma, but please also rotate for Selma. It says level 5 to me. Oh, it's like not cycling through words for me. It just says hype train and then it has time. And then it says hype train and it says time. I think my overlay might be broken. It might be the issue I'm having today. Maybe it's not Twitch's fault. It might just be my issue. It may just be me. Little old me. Perhaps. Maybe. Thank you. Rotating for better health for Selma. Oh, Selma, are you under the weather? I hope you feel better. I hope you're not doing poorly. I hope you're doing better. EG, are you even remotely close being done with all the critiques, so just keep tripling? Well, I'll let you know I have almost 800 still in the queue, so it's lower than it once was, but it's been lower. I don't think I'll ever be done. I think it'll be forever and ever and ever and ever, and you're all stuck with me. As if you want to escape me. But yeah, maybe you have some sort of like elbow padding or something that mimics your knee padding on this side, or like some of these jackets will sometimes have like other little areas where it's like, oh, there's like a little like loop or something in some places. That might be nice just to add. But pay attention to how these jackets are constructed, because that will probably help a lot with specificity. What is happening? Striker, thank you also for 10 gifted subs. Thank you. What is going on, Truemates? Thank you. Can we rotate for Striker, please? Thank you. Oh, Edward, thank you also for gifting a sub to Astra May. What the heck? More rotation. I demand more rotation. More. Give me more. Thank you. Feeling a bit sick? We give her soup? Yeah, soup for Selma. Rotation for Selma. Although that might make you feel sicker, so maybe hold off on rotation, Selma. Yeah, I'll rotate for you though, so you don't have to get ill. What was that object? Did you see an object really far away from me rotating? Can you spingy me again? Hang on. There was, or Uji there was an object really far away from me that was attached to me that spun with me. What was it? Did you see it? What was that? It looked like one of my cookies. Very peculiar. Can't rotate, so I'll happily bounce. You can spin my head, Moon Bonnie. You can use your points to spin my head if you want to. Amber, what are you spinning? What are those? I can't see them. They're too low contrast on my dark mode. I can't see what they are. They kind of look like keys, or maybe a guy skiing. Perhaps. VR cookies have invaded the stream, maybe. Me? Oh my god, it is you, isn't it? Amber full body spinning. Lovely. That's great. See, there you go. There you go, Bunny. That works, that works. Yeah, there's many ways we can rotate. Yeah. Good argument, spin, yeah. Mm-hmm. You spin me right round, Truemates, right round, like a record, Truemates, right round, right round. That song sounds very funny, and I'm not doing the Black Eyed Peas version, because that's one of the versions, isn't it? Or am I thinking wrong? That might not actually be the one. I'm thinking the old version. I know there's a newer version, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. Anyways, Oh, if you want to tie things up, you've got your arm tied up. This element, I don't know what it is, and I don't know if it makes sense to me, but if you want to have like a tied element on this design, you could maybe have it so that your arm is tied up on the outside of your jacket, because that is a thing I have seen before, where like if you're injured or there's a tear in your jacket that is also in your arm, you know, here's maybe the places where it's like tied off or whatever, that could be on the outside, and then we get like a little bit of bulging in the fabric around it, the little tie bits for it, add to your silhouette a little bit, that could work. Thank you for the 5 bits, I appreciate it, you're very cute. Thank you, I made me myself. I built the EG, all me, just I. I constructed the EG from scratch. I'm a 3D modeler. Spinning fish crackers? Yeah, we've got a lot of options for spin. You can spin my head, you can spin my rubric, you can spin my fish crackers, you can spin Gary, you can spin me, you can spin my face in a circle. We have options. But yeah, this could make sense for adding bandaging somewhere. If we're trying to show that you're clumsy, maybe you've got a little bit of like mud spilled onto your outfit. We're like, I'll turn it down in opacity so it's just like a little bit of dirt, but like, yeah, you could dirt it up, or you could have just like the little like like lines where you can tell that something's been like worn, perhaps. Wow! Bye. Are you guys fighting over my hair length right now? It seems like we might be. Maybe some visible mending? Yeah, we could do that too. I don't really know how you mend like raincoat material. Maybe like a patch or something could be interesting. Because one of the elements they're saying that they're missing, and I think they're also missing, is like something that's particularly eye-catching. And while that could maybe come from the fabric or something, having an interesting patch could help. One of the other things I'm thinking about is like, is it Patagonia jackets that have the like colored bands across the chest? I'm gonna erase it, but like they have like a pattern on the fabric or something where they've got like, oh, here's one band here. Maybe I'm just thinking my ski outfit. That could be what it is, but like they have like things like this. Maybe that's too thick. Oh wait, hang on. Leave it that thick and then I'll use a different color. So like maybe this one's like more yellow or something. But then that's making the jacket more specific and tailored to you, although that is maybe a little bit distracting with the colors I've chosen for it. So maybe I need to turn it down just a little bit. But like that could be interesting, perhaps. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Woo! Level 6! Let's see, what did I get? Did I get a funny little emote? Spit the truth! Oh, I'm spitting truth. I'm spitting nothing but truth. Look at that. I shout. Orange. Yeah, we could use orange if we want to. Orange is a good color to pair with green. Perhaps. I was just trying to stick with analogous colors for this palette. But I do see that the pink and white one might be the current version. But that's just like a regular sweatshirt. The visor, I think, is fun as a design element, but I fear that from the front, visors don't read very clearly because of the way they sit on the head. You're gonna need somebody who has a good understanding of perspective and foreshortening to draw that on for you, because I feel like that's like a nice, fun, memorable accessory. We don't see visors very often. I love the one Uma who has a visor on, so that could be a fun element for your design, perhaps. Yeah, spitting nothing but facts and educational material and fish cracker crumbs, mostly fish cracker crumbs. I'm spitting fish cracker crumbs at you. Kindly, with kindness in my heart. But I think we've sort of jazzed things up a little bit from where they were before. But yeah, your jacket could probably use something to make it more specific. Because the thing that I will suggest to you that I haven't said yet is another layer or a motif for your design. Is there some other imagery we could bring in here? So you're a fox who likes exploring. What part of the world are you exploring? Are you exploring like evergreen forest? Because then maybe some like evergreen tree elements could come into the design. Or are you in the Pacific Northwest? Are you in coniferous or deciduous forests? Are you in forests? Are you in a birchwood forest? Are you trying to blend in with your surroundings like foxes sometimes try to do depending on their coloring? Or are you trying to stand out? These things could all be questions that the answers of would be guiding. European. Sure. European forest? Russian forest? Are you in a tundra? I'm gonna guess not, because you've got your legs out. But like, where are you? What is the climate like? What elements could we take from your surroundings around you and bring into your design? Rock climbers always have interesting gear. That's true. Are you scaling cliffs and rocks, or are you hiking? All of these questions and their answers would help us to add some more layers to your concept and maybe find that angle where we can give you the pizzazz that it feels like you are in need of. But without knowing what that angle is, I don't really know what to suggest particularly, other than that you should add something like that. I think that's why you feel like there's something missing from the focal point. Also, again, if you're not super attached to your eye color, I'm not sure your eyes are as attention-grabbing as they could be. Maybe if your makeup was a different color, the red of your eyes would pop more. Let me see if I can just try green. Not pin light. Hello? What? Green eye makeup, maybe? I don't know. There might be something we could do to make your eyes just pop a little bit more, to make your head well and truly focal. I do like the visor, but the visor also isn't really helping. Cave Explorer would tie in the fox hiding in burrows. Ooh, wait, that would be fun. Because then you could have like something like, oh, you could have like a headlamp or something, or like a light that's attached to your body somewhere. There could be other elements that could come from that. But yeah, more specific in what kind of explorer you are. Be more specific, because that'll help us define the angle to make you well and truly interesting. Maybe just push the red in the eyes. Perhaps. I just don't want to make you feel scary or too intense. Maybe I'll push your eyes a little bit more orange. And maybe like more saturated orange. Because the orange will contrast nicely with the green, and maybe I'll make like the top part of your eyes like a little bit more blue in contrast with that. Oh, too much. Hang on. Bear with me. Oh, where's the color layer? Color. So there's not much blue in the rest of the design, and then having those complements in the eyes might be kind of nice. That might be a little too intense though for the orange. But I think the orange is maybe a little bit better than the red by like a smidge. Get some Spelunker accessories. Not sure if that fits their idea though. Yeah, but that would be the question I would have for them is, what are you going for? Cave exploring would work for a fox, or if you were sort of hiding somewhere in like the tundra, you do look like you are a fox that is, evolved to be disguised amongst snow or other brightly colored elements. Those could be guiding elements, where like if you have like fluff on your shoes or around your collar, then you'll feel more like an Arctic explorer. Then you could have like goggles on your head or something. Or alternatively, if you're a cave explorer, maybe you wear a forehead mounted headlamp so you can see where you're going. Or yeah, more forest exploration, axe motif, small hatchet, yeah. You could have like a hiking stick for that, or maybe like rope that you're wearing for helping you rappel down something if you're more rock climbing aligned. But yeah, I've got some prodding questions for you. I feel like they're more of an urban explorer, just the vibes. Maybe from what we were seeing over here, but from where the edits were going in this direction, it seemed more like forest outdoorsy aligned. But if that's the case, if you're doing like urban exploration, we may need to look into what people wear for that, because I'm not really familiar with what urban exploration entails. Is that where people are trying to go into like abandoned buildings or something? What do you mean by urban exploring? Torch lights. For a cave, that would be interesting. I watch those YouTubes, huh? Is that somebody's YouTube name? I'm not familiar. Need to sleep now? Enjoy your snark memes. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah. Generally, we've got some questions for you that might help push you in the right direction. But I think that was the bulk of what my critiques were for you. So, for color palette, I think you'll get the sort of pop and pizzazz you're looking for from the color palette. Right now, you're pretty monochromatic, brown and green. If you have some other colors that are adding some variety, that would probably help. Especially if, you know, maybe your raincoat is more iridescent in its pattern, or you know, if these are fleshed out a little bit more, if your boots feel a little bit more like leather, that might be the pizzazz or the pop that you're looking for, something that'd be a little more eye-catching. So pay attention to material rendering if you have somebody making your design for you. So I think the color palette's maybe just a little bit lacking in interest. For silhouette, we can push your hair silhouette further. And I didn't really do all that much to improve your silhouette otherwise, because I do think that your silhouette is a little bit lacking right now. I think making your sleeves more specific was helping. Adding this element to your sleeve with the bandage would help. Adding the, the armor to the other arm might also help. I'm trying to think of what else I might suggest. Little bits of things that are breaking it, like the little parachute clasp thingies are helping too. Leaves in the hair as well. Earrings. Those things will all help if you add them, especially in an asymmetrical manner, like we did with the crossbody bag. But I still think we could exaggerate a little bit more. You could really make this jacket much larger to emphasize your silhouette a little bit more. I'm trying to think of what else I might do. Adding that gap for your braid is also helping too, but this is the trouble with like outdoors wear, is that it gives you a really square, boxy silhouette. So unless you really exaggerate elements of it, it doesn't end up feeling that recognizable, which is a problem I had when I was designing something for myself. I was designing my winter outfit. If you make it like puffier, like a puffer jacket, where it's got all the little like rounded areas that are full of the down, that would potentially help. Places people go to strip the copper from the walls. Gotta be careful meeting people in there. What? Could explore this old building near Chernobyl type of vibe? Oh boy. Interesting. Are ghost hunters urban explorers? Maybe? I don't know if I have the verdict on this. I don't tend to watch that kind of stuff, so I'm not really familiar, but maybe. If they're a ghost hunter, that'd be a fun angle. People compare foxes to ghosts sometimes with how they like sort of quietly slip around at night and how they're really good at sneaking up on you. Maybe that'd be a fun angle if you were a fox ghost hunter. Then you'd have specific technology you could be carrying with you. But yeah, silhouette, I feel like there's something we need to exaggerate more in here. Or if we pick different articles of clothing that are less boxy, that could help. For complexity versus clarity, I was pointing out a lot of specific details that could be added. I think right now you are definitely in the sketching phase, which is why my edits were sort of pushing you out of that. But as things were, just make sure you're paying attention to the way jackets are constructed, all the little details they have in them, because that's what's going to help to make sure that it feels well fleshed out. It just doesn't feel fully fleshed out yet. For focal point, I think your head was the focal point for me. Oh wait, no it wasn't, I'm lying. Sorry, your band-aids are too focal, the way that your design was before. What is this layer? Oh, funny little poncho thing I'd done. Your band-aids were too focal because, whoops, that's that other image. Because they're the only pops of that color in the design. If you put some of that color elsewhere, that might help, but I feel like the more uniquely shaped and more traditionally colored band-aids make more sense here. Those were quite distracting actually, but your head is the secondary focal point. And then for concept and motifs, I can see that you are aligned towards something outdoorsy, and I can see that you are a fox. I'm picking up both of those things. But I think you need to decide what type of outdoor activity you are doing, and then lean into the particular clothing and supplies that they would use, what gear they would need for their area. And then also finding an angle to say, okay, maybe we can bring the flora or the fauna or other elements of that area in as motifs that impact the way the clothing is shaped, just to make the clothing even more unique, perhaps. Yeah. But I did find your design to be memorable. Maybe it's my forehead bias as somebody who also has their forehead on display, but I enjoyed your hairstyle and the dark tips of your ears and how specific those elements were. So let me turn all of my edits back on so we can see them again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So I think that's the grade. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5 out of 10. We've had very much a 6.5 out of 10 average here today, which is above average, above 5. Bam. Good work. Hang on, there were some questions in here. What were the questions? Serious question. Is it easy to tell a commission artist changes or improvements you want, or is there a revision upcharge or telling them impossible to change their art style? So depends on who you're working with. A lot of artists will have their policy on revisions, worked into whatever contract you're signing with them or whatever the commission is. And if they do not have it somewhere you can see it, discuss it with them before you purchase. A lot of artists are willing to make revisions, especially early on in the process if they are in the sketching phase, they should be sending you work in progress imagery early enough that you can catch anything that isn't quite right with the design, and they're usually more than happy to fix it for you. However, if they showed you something and then maybe 2 work in progresses later when they've started to line and color, only then do you bring it up, they may charge you at that point for modifying it, just because, like, you know, they did a bunch of extra work that they are now gonna have to go back and redo, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Some of these changes on critique are art style changes, so it's like asking an artist to change their art style. I don't think a lot of the critiques I make are art style critiques, inherently. Some things I critique are things that have to do with just, like, contrast not being applied properly, and that's not an art style critique. That is an artist who maybe needs a nudge in a direction, and they need the critique for their, you know, the way that they are drawing, that they just need more clarity in the way they're using shading or color. I don't think a lot of the critiques I make are art style specific. Or if they are, it's because those elements are just ineffective for whatever we are trying to convey. But I don't think that's usually what I'm talking about. Granted, there are certain things that you ask an artist to do may not be compatible with their art style, and in which case they'll probably tell you that that's just not compatible, but I don't think I've ever given a critique that would be incompatible with an art style. Most of what I'm saying is usually adding more contrast or exaggerating shapes a little bit more or something like that. One time I seen you bring art style to critique is to give a bonus point. Yeah. I think the stuff I say usually applies to all art styles, kind of across the board. Possibly the artist has tunnel vision as well, so make sure you know what you want and describe what you want well. Yeah, that's true. Especially early in the process, if you're asking for revisions, they tend to be a little bit more understanding of it. Let's see. Commission artists because their art style you like in the first place. That's also true. Yeah, don't ask an artist to change their art style. I don't think that's what we're saying either, but yeah, do negotiate about revisions when you start, perhaps. Instead of a bag for the design, go with a great amount of rope in the same space, like you're hauling that around, unless we know what type of explorer they're thinking about. Not sure if we can give advice on specific accessories. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, but yeah, you could have a ton of rope that you've got wrapped around your chest also. That could work. Seems super interesting, taking mental notes. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Imagining her with a Geiger counter, oh my god. I mean, that is a good thing to have on you, depending on where you're exploring, maybe. Yeah. But 6.5 out of 10. Good work. Let's see, did I get bingo? I didn't add anything based on this design. I don't think I got bingo. I think I'm bingo-less, unfortunately. We didn't have any designs that were significantly asymmetrical, I don't think. Because that would give me bingo. Let's look at my bingo. Tell me what your thoughts on my bingo are, about whether or not I got it. Here's my bingo. I said bear with me, definitely. None of these were monochromatic. All of them at least had another color in the palette, whether it be gold or something else, so we didn't have that. We did not have a significantly asymmetrical design. The only asymmetry was really stuff I was adding to most of them. The one had asymmetry in the pattern work, but I don't know if I really would count that necessarily. And despite some of the silhouettes not being all that recognizable maybe, none of them are blobs. So I don't think it's a bingo for me today. No! Rip. Were any of these one sentence? This one would have counted for monochromatic if I would have gotten to it, but alas, another pink dog, but we didn't get to this one sadly, and I'm already over. Man. I either get double bingo or no bingo. No idols, nothing that's overcomplicated. I think today was mostly a little bit undercomplicated. Have we had a lot of bear grippers in design? No, not a lot, but enough that they made it on the list, but we didn't have any today. And none of the ladders were significantly dangerous enough that I would mark that down for them either. So, no bingo. I feel like whenever I do Gamba for bingo, it's kind of a guarantee that there will not be a bingo. First time I won a Gamba in months. Oh, I'm happy for you, Edward. Congrats. I went a very long time without winning, too, for a while. And then I'll win like 2 or 3 of them in one day, using all of my bingo skill all at once. But let me pay out our prediction. Let's see. Bop. Bop. No. I like that despite the fact this is like, it's not a 50-50 whether I'll get bingo or not. There's like, like, I don't know if the odds are equal or not whether I will, but like, there's no way of knowing whether I'll get bingo or not. Despite that, most of you vote against me still anyway. At least on Twitch. YouTube was more towards yes. I did not get bingo though. No bingo, and bingo's a popular dog name. So sad. Wait, that is so funny that we did do dog VTuber design critiques. Bingo is a dog's name. Bingo was his name-o, refers to literally a dog, I believe. And I still didn't get it. The bingo gods did not smile down upon me, nor did the dog gods. More people said you would, but money said no. Oh, was that how it was? I didn't pay that much attention. I didn't pay that close of attention. Interesting. So the fewer higher spenders said no. Was there a blue dog? No. Dogs were green and pink mostly, I think. Yeah. It isn't entirely based on the bingo sheet and the VTuber lineup, at which point you'd already know if you got it or not. Yeah, no, I won't generate another bingo if I get one, but at the same time, I don't know if I pay close enough attention to notice certain things prior to critiquing them. Was there a heart motif? Yes, the Audrey had a heart motif, I think. Yeah. Can't think of bingo without being reminded of Bluey. Does Bluey have a dog named Bingo in it? I didn't know that. So I'm gonna find a style for a self-taught jeweler character that doesn't come across as too formal or looking like a lawyer. Ooh, a jeweler? A bench jeweler? Let me tell you, if you are a bench jeweler who is working more so behind the scenes than you are on like the front end of a business, there's a lot of stuff you can add to a design. I have friends who are bench jewelers. If there's like specific styles of aprons they wear and like loops they wear on their forehead so they can see, particular styles of gloves, particular damage they may have to their hands from working. Oh, there's ideas. There's things you can do out there. There's options. But if you are trying to be somebody who's like at the front end of being a jeweler, that might be a little bit harder. A bench jeweler is the people who are making the jewelry or editing the jewelry. That might be an easier angle to go for. But yeah. Anyways, I should go. I went over by 22 minutes. See, at the beginning of stream, Edward was saying that Twitch was saying I'd go to 6:30 tonight. I've never told Twitch what time I stream at or until. I think it's just like generating a time based on what my average is. And I think I go significantly over on Mondays, probably consistently. So that's probably why. And here I am, kind of living up to it. Creepy? I don't know if it's creepy. I mean, that's data that like I don't mind them using to compile something. They're just taking an average or like, you know, kind of across the board. They can see that I'm usually going to that time and just putting that in there. But I don't know if that bothers me. It's kind of fine, but it is funny. I've been exposed by Twitch for never ending on time. You guys benefit. Joby sadly does not. Joby might be on playing Eve right now though. Today is, I think, Militia Monday in Eve. I don't know what that is. I think there's like events that go on Mondays or something. I don't know. But anyways, I gotta go. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you all for providing good and helpful and positive and uplifting critique to everybody. And thank you everybody for also submitting your designs to be critiqued, especially our Skip the Line fellas. Yeah, some of the best VTubers out there. That's also wild. The idea of being a VTuber and having a job and being a parent sounds like an incredible amount of work, and I have a lot of respect for those fellas, and I don't think I could do that, which is why I won't have a child. Actually, that's not why I won't, but I won't. that combo would not work. Not for me. No. But yeah, so anyways, tomorrow, tomorrow, Shroom State Minecraft server, open hours occur. Wednesday, we're gonna play in the Shroom State Minecraft server on stream. And then Thursday, there'll be open hours again. And Friday, we're gonna play of the Lamb. Wahoo. Game plan. YouTube Shroomates, I can't send you anywhere, so I'm gonna say farewell to you now. Bye. Farewell. Bye, EG. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye, YouTube fellas. Are you guys a